How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and not be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
Great
her.
Noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not
it's,
Ian.
it's not a because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage. But that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before. And so it's such a funny stream because like...
So they tolerate her?
Oh, no, not anymore. She like... No. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
Weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich in die Arbeit einmeinst komm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich in die Arbeiter einreißt Gott, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich in die Arbeiter einreißt Gott, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We are not watching Democrats, liberals, and progressives on Socialism Saturday because, as you know, if you watch my content, Democrats, liberals, and progressives are not socialist, and it does not matter how many conservative pundits say they are. It doesn't matter how many times they tweet about it. It doesn't matter how many times they whine and complain. Democrats, liberals, and progressives are not socialists because none of them want to abolish capitalism, overthrow capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership explicitly. By private property, they mean bourgeois property, property that you can use to create personal privatized wealth that is not available to the masses. Things like owning a home, owning land, owning apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, owning intellectual property, owning a private business, whether that private business is big or small. And most importantly, for today's episode, you are going to understand that when the left says capitalism, meaning private property ownership, They believe that parental rights over your children are a form of private property ownership, and they want to liberate children from being owned by their parents by abolishing parental rights. That is the crux of the Abolish the Family movement. It is not about them hating their families. It is not about them getting rid of families to make everyone beholden to the state, although that is the end result. That is not what it is about, and that is not the motivation. And it is critical that you understand this if you're going to understand the left. The core of the issue with the left for the Abolish the Family movement is that they believe that parental rights are a form of property ownership, that parents literally own their kids in the same way that slave owners own slaves, and therefore, ergo, because capitalism is defined as private property ownership, like passing capitalist values to your children through, I don't know, parenting them, raises a bunch of little capitalists. And thus, in order to disrupt the capitalist system, they have to disrupt the mechanism that literally reproduces capitalism. This is called social reproduction theory. And the method that reproduces capitalism is the nuclear family. That is the method that reproduces capitalism generation after generation after generation. And that is the crux of the Abolish the Family movement. That is what is going on. And you're going to find that out today because we are watching our favorite Abolish the Family communist. And I got to say, I was, well, pretty fucking happy to find this presentation. We haven't had a new Sophie presentation in a little while. I feel like Sophie has been avoiding us. I feel like Sophie has figured out that if she does a presentation on the internet, we're going to watch it at some point because we are Sophie Lewis connoisseurs on this channel. Sophie is our ginger dragon. Sophie is the internet love of my life. People want to accuse me of stalking other people on the internet. No. There is but one person I stalk on the internet, and that is Sophie Lewis. Because Sophie Lewis is our favorite Abolish the Family communist. Sophie Lewis says the quiet part out loud all the time. Yep, Sophie's hair got redder. You know what? There is something comforting in knowing that Sophie still has that green wall because we've seen that green wall before. The green wall hasn't shown up in a while, but Sophie definitely dyed her hair a darker shade of red. You know what? Listen, we're coming into Aries season. Sophie is an Aries. I'm an Aries. That's why Sophie can't really hate me, although she pretends to hate me. She doesn't really hate me. I know that. I know in my heart of hearts, Sophie doesn't really hate me. She just pretends to hate me because Sophie is a fellow Aries. I know that from following her on Instagram, where she has not blocked me yet, even though she could have. She could have many times. Sophie can't hate me because we're in Aries. So she's bringing out her inner Aries, and that's just the way it is, and we love her for it, and we respect her for it. We have watched pretty much every single thing that Sophie Lewis has ever said on the internet, because if you really want to understand Abolish the Family, this woman has written 2 books on abolishing the family. She is also the best friend of Emmy O'Brien, who is another Abolish the Family activist. And so we've watched Emmy O'Brien a number of times as well. But tonight we have a brand new Sophie presentation. It happened just a couple of weeks ago. It only has 784 views, so we're gonna get Sophie some more views on her content today. And it is called Abolish the Family: A Radical Vision of Care and Love with Sophie Lewis. And I am super thrilled about this because I wanted a way to introduce people to Sophie that had not met Sophie already. 1 in the chat, if this will be your first Sophie experience. 2 in the chat, if you have watched Sophie with me before and you're just delighted that she's back. 1 in the chat, if this will be your first Sophie experience. 2 in the chat, if you have watched Sophie with me before and you could not be more excited about watching her again. Because the thing of it is, the reason we like Sophie is not only does Sophie have a very flowery way of explaining things, Sophie says the quiet part out loud all the time. We have Sophie on video talking about how she wants to clone children in the same way that they clone sheep to get rid of parental rights by growing children in a bio bag in a laboratory. We have Sophie on video talking about abolishing the private kitchen. I even have, where the fuck is it? What did I do with it? What did I do with the book? I even have a signed copy of Sophie's book, Enemy Feminisms. Sophie wrote an entire book about how you can't be a real feminist unless you are a hardcore revolutionary socialist. It's called Enemy Feminisms, and Sophie signed it to me. She didn't know she was signing it to me when she signed it because someone else picked it up for me at a book signing she did somewhere across the country and then sent it to me. And I just know when I posted the picture of this signed book on the internet, I just know that Sophie was thrilled at this outcome, that she really wanted me to have this book, and that she was thrilled that someone tricked her into signing and autographing a book for me. I just know that that's the case. I just know it in my heart of hearts. W Old Sub Sailor with 5 gifted channel memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, guys, we did hit the goal of 100 channel memberships earlier today, but I wonder, can we get to 200 channel memberships delivered over the course of the day? Can we make that dream a reality? I am going to show you content tonight that no one else on the internet is going to show you. I'm going to break down a topic that literally no one else on the internet except me is really doing in-depth analysis on. I will introduce you to the Ginger Dragon, or I will reintroduce you to the Ginger Dragon. I will show you some of the craziest, most dystopian shit you've ever seen in your life. The only thing I ask is this. Support my work in some way if you're able to financially do so. Cynthia! In with the W5 channel memberships right off the bat. Cynthia, thank you so much. Guys, listen, if you're not able to financially support my work, because I've been getting a lot of messages lately from people who are saying, Karlyn, I wish I could buy channel memberships. I wish I could send super chats. I lost my job or something happened. I've had to cut back on my budget. I just can't do it right now. I really want people to know that if you cannot afford to financially support my work, that's perfectly fine. It's okay. I know you will when you can again. I do know that. I know I have the best fucking community on the internet. I know when you are able to, you will again, and I don't mind at all because I am so lucky and so blessed that I have enough community members to financially support my work that it balances out the people who can't. And what that does is it allows me to keep the content free for everyone. When you're financially supporting my work, you are supporting the best education and analysis of the far left that exists on the internet. I am either days, weeks, months, or sometimes even years ahead of what you will find on conservative media. And that's just fact, guys. That's just fact. And let me give you an example of that literally happening today. You know, someone tagged me in this. Someone tagged me in Andy No's post from earlier today. Andy No is talking about something called Arm the Dolls. Trans terror. It's not trans, it's queer. Andy refuses to use the word queer because Andy No lies to his audience all the time. But I digress. We know the difference between trans and queer. Andy doesn't know the difference between trans and queer, but we fucking know the difference. Trans terror, one of the main groups organizing a vigil on March 6th in NYC to commemorate the deceased Ayatollah is Arm the Dolls, a militant armed Trantifa. Trantifa is not a real thing. It's something Andy made up to sell books. It's not a real thing at all. He keeps lying to his audience, misinforming his audience, but okay, let's keep going. A queer Marxist cell openly fundraising for weapons, and he's talking about Arm the Dolls, and oh wait, guess what? Guess what? If you were watching my content 9 months ago, in June of 2025, you would have already known about Arm the Dolls. Do you want to know why? Because I covered the Arm the Dolls manifesto in June of 2025 on this channel as part of a stream. I also ran into Arm the Dolls in person at the Boston Pride March, where not only was there a lot of progressive and liberal groups at the Boston Pride March in June 2025, there was also a lot of far left groups. And one of those groups was Arm the Dolls, and they were handing out pins and they had t-shirts and all this stuff. And I talked about all this shit at the time in June 2025. 9 full months before Andy No, the supposed genius covering Antifa, before Andy No even knew this existed. And the reason for that is Andy No is not a real journalist. He's someone that lives in London. He doesn't even live in America. He literally pays other people to do his research for him. He only covers things that go viral on Twitter, which quite frankly, if something's going viral on Twitter, I probably covered that thing like several months ago, and the people in my audience already fucking knew about that thing. And then conservatives, found out about it 9 fucking months later, and they thought that they were geniuses, when in fact, we were like, guys, we already knew about this. Like, where the fuck were you? Andy No pays people to do his research for him. He only covers things that go viral on Twitter. If you ask him real questions about the far left, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's stolen my content on more than one occasion. He has smeared me and defamed me publicly because I am better at this than him. And you want to know what, guys? You don't even have to take my word for it. You don't even have to take my word for it. When I say I have covered something 9 months before Andy No even fucking knew about it, you can literally AI that shit and ask it. And I know that because Wilson did that. Wilson is a longtime supporter of my work. Wilson has been around a long ass time. And Wilson literally grokked this. Find information regarding Dr. Karlyn B and coverage around Arm the Dolls. Karlyn Borysenko is a psychologist, independent journalist, and commentator focused on exposing and critiquing the far-left ideologies, particularly in the trans and queer activism, woke culture, revolutionary movements. Her ex-bio, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Arm the Dolls refers to blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Karlyn Borysenko's coverage of Arm the Dolls began in June 2025, 9 months before wider conservative attention. Her main piece is on June 4th, 2025, Substack podcast YouTube episode, What Does Trans Liberation Mean? Reading the Arm the Dolls manifesto. In it, she performs a live reading and analysis of the group's manifesto to decode what trans liberation means in radical activist terms, portraying it as tied to revolutionary anti-system violence rather than mainstream rights advocacy. She positions this as part of her broader work, infiltrating the left. Literally, grok confirmed. And you can go back and find the episode on the channel yourself when I originally read this. I covered this topic 9 months before Andy No even knew about it. No. I've never said that. If you think I've said that, you didn't listen to what I said. AI is excellent at research. And then what you need to go do is not be a lazy motherfucker and go and fact check things. So if you want to go back and fact check that fact, that I covered the Arm the Dolls manifesto in June of 2025, you can be my guest, but you will not twist my words to mean something I did not say. What I have said is AI is excellent for research, but it gets shit wrong all the fucking time, and you need to fact check it. And I'm giving people very specific information with which to fact check grok, because I know exactly when I covered that shit, because I am a savant with the far left. It's not even close. I remember the weirdest details about things, and I know, well, we don't fucking do that here. Do you know where you are? You're in my fucking classroom. We aren't joking about this. Do you think it's funny? Do you think it's funny that conservatives are 9 months behind me? Do you think I don't actually think that's funny. I don't think it's funny that the general public is months behind me, because no conservative influencer and commentator will report on any of this until literally months after I do it. Well, we take this seriously, bro. We take it seriously. But I really don't think that's funny, guys. Someone said in my replies, they said, how much of a head start did these people have because conservatives didn't bother to look for the information until 9 months after it was reported on. Because conservatives refuse to share my content, and Andy No hates me because I am much better at this than he ever has been. And so they keep their audience misinformed by lying to them and not sharing the content. And then they pretend they found it 9 months later after the left already has a months-long head start because they didn't even bother to do it, because God knows it's all about clout, darling. And that's all that it's fucking about. Anyway, just in case you thought I was making that up, that's one example that just came up today of me literally being months ahead of conservatives. And the reason that is that I do this every single day. I cover the far left every single day. I don't go where the news cycle tells me to go. I'm not like Cam Higbee. And listen, on a personal level, I have no issue with Cam Higbee. On a personal level, he's been a really nice kid to me. But what I will say is this: Cam Higbee covered the far left when it was in the news cycle, and as soon as it wasn't anymore, boom, he goes over and starts doing something else. Now, he's allowed to do that. He's an independent journalist. That's one of the freedoms that comes with being an independent journalist. He can cover whatever the fuck he wants. But I really want it to be understood. And no. None of that shit here. You do it one more time, you're getting permanently banned. I really want people to understand this. Most people on the internet flit from topic to topic to topic, whatever is in the news cycle, because all they care about is clout and money and clout and money and clout and money. And you don't get clout and money by sticking with a single topic, regardless of what is popular on Twitter. Sometimes there are times when I make a fuck ton of money covering the far left when it's in the news cycle. When the far left is not in the news cycle, I don't make nearly as much money. But money is not the name of my fucking game. It is a necessary requirement to do what I do. It has to be funded from somewhere. But my job is to cover the far left no matter what else is going on. And that is why I constantly keep my eyes on the ground. That's why I monitor all of the leftist activist groups in the country in real time. That is why you will get information from me 9 months ahead of when Andy No decides to get around to covering it, because it has now entered into the news cycle. So that's what I'm offering, guys. If you want to support my work, one of the very best ways to do so is by donating channel memberships. We do have a channel membership goal of getting to 200 today. We're already at 113. Plenty of place to go, but we're already doing really good. And I really appreciate everyone that's donated a channel membership on an earlier stream. I would love to hit the goal before the end of the stream tonight. We're going to do a nice long class, so we're going to have plenty of time to do it. And if you appreciate the fact that I'm showing you this and you value this sort of coverage, please feel free to chip in. That would be really awesome. Another way you can support my work is by heading over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com, where I have just launched a new webinar. And this is going to be a live class, guys. Sign up to learn how to, learn how to infiltrate the left. Chitalago W's in the chat for that channel membership. I really do appreciate that, bro. Thanks so much. Let me just update the banner here. Guys, I am launching a live class. This live class is going to be... This live class is going to be on Sunday, March 22nd at 5 p.m. That is 1 week prior to the next No Kings protest. Because I want to use the next No Kings protest as an opportunity. I want to start training people to infiltrate the left. I want to create an army of people that are going out there. And why can't I send this my own link on Rumble? What the fuck? Hang on. Do I even have the right Rumble chat up? I might not have the right Rumble chat up. There we go. That's the reason. Didn't have the right Rumble chat up. Had the Rumble chat from the last stream. There we go. Now the link is over on Rumble as well. Guys, I want to use the upcoming No Kings protest as an opportunity. I want to use it as an opportunity to create an army of people who know how to go undercover with the left. Because as you guys know, I can't go to undercover to every event, and they're starting to recognize me. And that is why I had to go on the keto crash starvation diet, because the only disguise I have left is losing a fuck ton of weight and becoming irrecognizably skinny in person. That is the only disguise I have left. I've used all the other disguises. They have dossiers on me now that they're carrying around to events. They're looking for me everywhere. I can't be everywhere, but I can send you guys. I can send you guys. And the reason we are starting with the No Kings protest is because the No Kings protest is a very safe environment to practice. Because the No Kings protest is not far left. I want to be very, very clear about this. The No Kings protest is not far left. It is not run by Antifa. It is not run by communists. It is not run by socialists. The No Kings protest is run by progressives. It's run by Indivisible, which is a progressive group, okay? However, there are a lot of far left groups that go to the No Kings protest or otherwise piggyback onto the No Kings protest because it gives them an opportunity to recruit and radicalize more people to the far left. So although they are not the organizers, although they are not the main people in charge, they are there. They do go. They hand out flyers. They hand out propaganda. Sometimes they have a table set up. They try to get you to go to other events. You'll connect with maybe the Revolutionary Communists of America, the DSA, the Freedom Road Socialist Organization, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, Socialist Alternative. There could be any number of groups. Antifa has handed out flyers at the No Kings protest before. They don't call themselves Antifa. They just hand out these generic flyers. There could be any number of people that you connect with at the No Kings protest. There may be stickering that you see. There may be propaganda that's being handed out. What I want people to do is to be able to practice being undercover in a leftist environment in a way that is safe. You're not going to get beat up in a No Kings protest unless you really fuck something up. And I want to emphasize this. We never disrupt the left. We never instigate the left when we are undercover. We can instigate them online, okay? We can instigate them online. We can troll them online. When we go to things in person, we do not disrupt. We do not argue. We do not instigate. We do not cause problems. If you do any of those things, you are asking to get your ass kicked. And if you do that and you get your ass kicked, it is your own damn fucking fault. Because I am telling you and I am going to train you not to do that shit. Because, hang on. See, so serious. I'm coughing up a lot. The thing of it is, I don't want people there for just one event. I want people who are willing to go undercover for the long term with these groups. And that means you need to learn how to keep your mouth fucking shut. There are opportunities to ask questions, but you have to learn the right questions to ask. A couple weeks ago, maybe was this even last week? We saw a video that a conservative tried to infiltrate a communist meeting. Who saw this video? The conservative tried to infiltrate the communist meeting, and their first question was, excuse me, how is all this funded? And he gave himself away like that because he went to the communist meeting thinking that he could just blend in and just ask questions. And he asked a question that gave him away from the get-go. Everyone in the fucking meeting knew he was a conservative Fed. We all knew it immediately. And so can you ask questions at these events? Yes. But not if you don't understand the correct questions to ask, and not if you don't understand the things that you should not ask. Okay? So that's the type of training we're going to do. I'm going to give you my tips for going undercover. I'm going to tell you exactly what you need to do with this protest to blend in. I'm going to tell you exactly what to look for, what groups to look for, what types of propaganda to look for, how to collect this information. I'm going to give you all the tips and tricks I had to learn on the fly. I've been going undercover with the left literally for years now, for like 3 or 4 years now, something like that. I have gone undercover with Antifa more than anyone else in the country that I know of. And if you think someone's done it more than me, please give me a name, because I would love to talk to them, because that would be something I'd be very interested in. I have collected their propaganda. I've analyzed it on a mass scale. I have done this over and over and over and over and over again while being public on the internet. I've only gotten caught once, and that was the last time, when they literally had a dossier of pictures of me on their phone. I will give you my tips and tricks, but I need you guys to really listen and to go out and to actually start to look for what's going on, understanding the groups in your area. And what I want to do is create a massive network of people who are bringing intelligence back and reporting back to the community, saying, here are the groups I saw at the protest. Here are the connections I made. Here are the meetings I'm going to. Here's the propaganda they're handing out. I want you guys to be able to sign up for your local chapter of the DSA. And you can create a fake name if you want to. That's totally fine. But I want you guys to be able to sign up with your local chapter of the DSA, as many people in my community already do. And I want you to tell us, what is your local chapter of the DSA doing? Because am I a member of the DSA? Yup. Do I know every single thing that every single DSA chapter in the country right now is doing? No, because that's fucking impossible. Okay? W's in the chat, Chitalago. Really appreciate that. So I need you guys to be willing to cough up $5 a month, sign up for your local DSA, or oftentimes you can just do it for free if you just talk to them, because they have like sliding scale and like all that stuff. So sometimes you don't even need to pay dues, but I need you to join the DSA, get on their fucking email list, go to their meetings, actually talk to them, know the right things to say in person, and monitor them on an ongoing basis. I want you to be able to understand when you're looking at a piece of far left propaganda and what these terms mean and what these groups represent and how they work with each other, and basically creating a massive intelligence network nationwide that is doing something that the fucking FBI should be doing, but they are not doing. Okay? So I will be holding a training session on March 22nd, that is a Sunday, to allow for the most conservative attendance. If you're conservative, if you're not conservative, that's fine too. You're still welcome to come, obviously. But my thought process is, I don't want any fucking excuse saying, we have jobs. Okay, it's on a Sunday. It's on a Sunday. Also, you can just sign up and get the on-demand replay, okay? So we're doing it on a Sunday when I think most people are going to have the day off. We're doing it at night when I think most people are going to be free. We're not doing it during fucking church time. So I'm trying to give you guys an opportunity to come and learn how to do this, get tips and tricks directly. This is a totally free endeavor. You don't have to pay any money for it. There is a donation link attached to the sign-up form, but you don't have to donate if you don't want to. That's only there as an option if people want to do that. So that's going to be March 22nd, Sunday, right before the No Kings protest. Go sign up on the Substack, and I pinned the link to the top of the chat on YouTube and on Rumble, and you guys can find it there, okay? So that is what we're doing. Anyway, do I have anything else to talk about? I don't think I do. Guys, before we get into our Socialism Saturday for today, I ask everyone to please pay attention to this quick rules video, so that you can remember how we conduct ourselves on Socialism Saturday. And here you go. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point, because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is terrible hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, first we got to do a W in the chat for Old Sub Sailor. W's for another 5 gifted channel memberships. That delivered while the video was playing, but I got to show you guys this. I gotta show you guys this before we continue. So we have a new retard over on Rumble, and that retard came into the chat and he said, I'm confused. Are you socialist or conservative? I literally just tuned in and I said, this is an IQ test. And the retard said, LOL, I literally just tuned in. And I said, oh, you're not smart enough to be here then. And the retard said, I mean, that's a super welcoming host. Hey guys, let's just get something straight. We have a high IQ channel here. We don't have a low IQ channel. We do not tolerate conservative retardation. If you think I'm a socialist, you are a conservative fucking retard. If you think I'm a conservative, you are really a conservative fucking retard. I am way farther right than conservatives will ever fucking hope to be. And if you can't figure out what I am by looking at the content of my channel, reading the description of the video that you're fucking watching. Like literally, all this guy had to do to know what was going on is to read the description of the video that he is watching. But no, what does he expect me to do? Kiss his fucking ass like all the different conservative retards. Well, guys, this is an IQ test. Some people are smart enough to be here and some people aren't. If you're not smart enough to figure out whether I'm a socialist or a conservative or a far-right fascist that is way worse than any conservative or Trump voter ever fucking will be, you are not smart enough to be on my channel. This is an IQ test. This is an IQ test. And if you expect me to coddle your fragile fucking feelings, I'm very sorry, retard. Facts don't care about your feelings. We have standards here, and we don't need you in the audience if you are not up to the challenge of actually shaping the fuck up and doing basic research into what is going on around you. The fact that anyone needs to ask, excuse me, are you a socialist? That in and of itself is fucking offensive to my sensibilities. Anyway, Now that that is clear and we have set expectations for what's going on the channel, we can get into our show. We've got 120 channel memberships so far. I would love to get up to 200 before the end of the stream. You guys decide whether or not that happens. I am holding a class right now, guys. We are starting our class into the Abolish the Family movement with our queen, our ginger dragon, Sophie Lewis. If you guys have questions throughout the presentation, please feel free to ask those questions in the chat. I take all questions. You do not need to be afraid to ask questions. You do need to be afraid to be retarded. If you say something stupid and retarded, you're probably going to get yelled at, and that's just the way it is. And if you can't take that, then I promise you, I fucking promise you. If you guys think, you know what I think is fucking hilarious? That conservative retards actually think that the left is going to coddle their feelings. Conservative retards think that the left is going to coddle their feelings. Conservative retards think I'm so much worse than the left would ever be to them. Okay. Well, I don't think that's true. I don't think anyone with a high IQ thinks that's true. And if you can't take the heat, then get the fuck out of the kitchen. I want people here that I want people here who are willing to learn. I want people here who are willing to listen. Oh no, we just banned you from the chat, bro. That's your third spam of the chat with bullshit. We just banned you from the chat. Goodbye. Yeah. The left is going to mow over conservatives because conservatives expect that everyone's going to consider their feelings, because it's not the left that is really driven by emotion. It's the right that is driven by emotion. How much of this is a conservative problem and a boomer problem? Well, that's a real good question. I don't tend to have these challenges with groypers. I do not tend to have these challenges around feelings with groypers. So maybe it's boomers, maybe it's classical liberals, maybe it's something else. I don't know exactly what it is, but that is a fair point. It could mostly be boomers, but it could also be that a lot of people think that they're on the right because someone told them that classical liberal was on the right, even though classical liberal is literally liberal. It is not on the right. It is on the left. Classical liberals support the left. And anyway. Yeah, I have plenty of smart boomers here. There are smart boomers too. I have a lot of smart boomers who support my work. Anyway, guys, who's ready to get into it? Who is ready for the Sophie Lewis experience? Mount the like button if you would be so kind, and let's get this party started.
All your books have quite punchy titles. Logical outflow of that first book was Abolish the Family. I get the impression that you really do mean that title in a much more literal sense. And if so, what do you mean by abolishing the family?
So abolish does mean do away with. It certainly does. How do you abolish something? It's paradoxical. It's the opposite of what people think. You actually pay attention to what is valuable about the thing. What need is actually being met by this thing that could be and must be, should be so much better.
Hello and welcome to The Sacred, a podcast from the think tank Theos. My name is Elizabeth Oldfield, and this is not a place where you're going to hear the same perspectives episode after episode. I'm sorry to break it to you. You are not likely to be confirmed in all of your pre-existing opinions. We're trying to do something different here. We're trying to listen with curiosity and openness to a really wide range of perspectives, to challenge us, to stretch us, to liberate us from our filter bubbles, to widen our horizons, to make life more fun, I think, and also to help us be resisting the forces that are driving us apart. And I'm really delighted to be joined today by Sophie Lewis, who is a writer, an author, a theorist, and a teacher, joining us from Philadelphia. Thanks so much for being here, Sophie.
Hi, Elizabeth. It's great to be here.
I want to start with our signature question, which you can reject. You can take in whatever direction that you want, but it's trying to get to your deep principles and values, the things you're trying to live by. What came up for you?
Things like solidarity, moments that make me feel beyond myself, or tingly or connected with the sacred, tend to be moments of collective courage.
Reagan, when the fuck did you watch this? This was just uploaded to the internet. This was uploaded to the internet on February 18th, 2026. When the fuck did you watch this? Well, I haven't seen it.
And at big protests, big demonstrations, or
you just did on your own without us?
student
Okay.
walkouts,
Thanks,
or vigils for the slain. Those are the things that really evoke that. That was the first.
Reagan's like, I don't need to watch everything with you, Karlyn. It is true that sometimes Reagan finds stuff before I find it. I'm just a little shocked. I'm just a little shocked and, dare I say, surprised that you watched Sophie Lewis without us. And I feel a little bit, I don't know, Reagan, it makes me feel a little bit betrayed that you didn't just wait to watch it with us. It doesn't actually, I don't care. And Reagan knows that.
First thing that came to mind for me, I had a moment like that. In Philadelphia, we were grieving, like everybody around the country, the murder of Renee Good by an ICE officer. And there was tremendous courage and singing, thousands and thousands of people singing, "We will not be silent while our friends are gunned down. We will not be silent until all our friends are home," sort of round. And I was just bawling. And then, so those sorts of things to me, solidarity, courage to resist. Yeah.
I often weep in this podcast, but no, normally in the first 30 seconds. So thanks for that. Another way that I sometimes go at this question is when you've had real forks in the road, like real crunch point decisions in your life, what are the ones that you have either wanted to let guide you, or sometimes we fail to, but you've known in the moment that you've compromised something when you haven't? When you have a hard decision, what are you using as your compass?
That's an interesting one. I think
so. I don't mean to be catty. I don't mean to be a catty bitch, but can I be a catty bitch for a second? Because I feel like since my weight loss has become actually visible now to the world, I didn't think I was going to become this person, but I'm becoming this person. It's kind of like all of the years that I've been tormented by Republicans making fun of me for my weight constantly. It's all coming crashing at this moment. And I feel like I have earned the right to be catty given the amount of shit that I have taken over the years from these fucking people. And I just want to say, listen, I don't want to make anyone feel bad. Sophie's gaining weight. Sophie's definitely gaining weight. I feel like Sophie and I used to be very similar weights, and now I am losing weight and Sophie is gaining weight. Maybe Sophie and I have some weird synchronicity where like we balanced each other out for a while, and then I started losing weight and all that weight went to Sophie. Do you guys know? Can I tell you guys? Like, can I share my W? Yeah, Sophie found the weight that I lost. Yeah. Can I share my W for the day? So I got a pair of jeans. I got a whole bunch of jeans delivered earlier because none of my fucking pants fit anymore. Like literally none of my fucking pants fit. And I have this one company that I get jeans through. That they're like Chinese jeans, but they're comfortable and they feel like sweatpants, and I love them and they're fucking cheap and all this stuff. I used to be in an extra large for those jeans, but even the extra large was a little bit big on me. Even when I was at my most like my biggest weight, the XL jean was still like just a touch big on me, but I like things that are oversized, so I didn't really mind it that much. And then after I started losing weight, I eventually had to go down. I go down to the next size, and then that size became too big for me. And then I went down to the next size after that. And now I just got an order of new jeans because even the next size down that I was in, that was actually getting to be too big for me. Like, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, what? Like, I was like, am I really like losing that much weight? Well, I got the size 8 jeans in the mail today. And I was looking at these jeans and I was like, I don't know if these are going to fit. I was like, I really don't know if these are going to fit. And they did. They did. They fit. And I was like, oh, I was like, are you fucking shitting me? It's just like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy when your body actually changes and all of a sudden like clothes that you were wearing like 6 months ago just are like just fucking falling off of you, and you're fitting into things that you're looking at. Because like when you lose weight, you don't really have a sense of even what your body looks like or what clothes fit anymore, because it's just so weird. It just like everything fucking changes. And so I was like, I totally looked at these pants. I was like, there's no fucking way these are gonna fit me. And they did. They fit. So I bring that up just to be a little catty bitch on the internet, because I feel like I've earned it with the amount of shit that I've taken over the years. I'm not going to do this forever, but you guys have to give me this. I have been brutally bullied and harassed over this issue. And so I'm going to take the W on that. That's all.
You know, I think I feel a sort of nausea when I sense that there's something craven or something that one might call selling out going on. You know, I think sometimes bad faith or cowardice, I suppose, on the flip side of what I said first.
I have to do it forever.
If I can detect those in me, I'll try and move away from those things.
Yeah, if somebody wins and there's
you
only
know,
25 letters
thinking
in the
about
alphabet
what
now.
one is willing to sacrifice for, you know, to lose things that are
Curating
comfortable and
cookies.
nice.
Yeah.
It's easy in theory, I think, to think that one would make the right decision in the face of fascism, for example, you know, but in practice, I think a lot of people do want to keep their heads down. I think I've tended to try and, if a decision feels difficult, which in a weird way, I'm not sure how many decisions have felt really difficult for me, because I'm very willful, and I don't, you know, I just sort of, if I look at my life, I think I'm almost a bit startled sometimes by how much I just knew what I wanted to do at every point, and
Wow.
just did it. But
Me too, Sophie.
you know,
Me too.
so the difficult decision would be more mundane stuff like, does my sweetheart want to really risk, you know, overstaying her visa with me in the UK or something? So that's a sort of maybe a bit more logistical and difficult, simply because
Sophie's
of risk
dating an
assessment,
illegal
but not
alien.
necessarily a big principle. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Sorry, that was rambling.
No, it's great. And as I'm preparing for these interviews, I'm almost that, like, some people, I think, either through just choices or setting or life experience, actually haven't had that much time to reflect on their deep values. Like, some people I ask and they're slightly stumped. And some people I'm like, you know what yours are. And you're one of those. I see.
Guess so.
Yeah. I'd love to know a little bit about your childhood. Could you give me a little, and you will do it beautifully because you're a beautiful writer, a kind of word picture of you, maybe age 7. Where were you? What were the influences on you?
Did you hate your father,
What was
Sophie?
shaping you?
My brother and I, he's a year and a half younger than me, were incredibly close, really, really close. We had shared languages, secret languages, that some of them were odd mixtures of French, German, and English that we'd turned homophones around in. I mean, that sounds incredibly nerdy. I think we did have quite an instinctive sort of trilingual, because of where we were. We were in France with a German mother and a British father, and so these 3 languages were just there right from the beginning, and we thought there were all kinds of funny things
Is that
about
what
them.
happened? Okay, we've always made fun of Sophie and have said her accent is fake, because it is like a fake British accent, but it's a fake British accent because Sophie was like living in Austria or something and had like a German mother and like a friend, like she had all these like weird fucking accents. Sophie lives in Philadelphia right now, by the way. Sophie's in America right now, so. But I guess she doesn't really have an American accent. She just has a mutt of accents. That makes more sense.
That you could easily play with, and so we would secretly communicate under the, you know, noses of adults with this private secret language. So we were in France. I went to school in lots of different contexts, sometimes in English, mostly in French, and even very briefly in German at the very beginning in kindergarten. I think my brother and I are pretty unsupervised in some ways, and there's a lot of kind of running around, and there's a lot of make-believe and theatre sort of inflicted on random passers-by.
No shit! I didn't know Imam Abdel Hardy was big. Yo! Okay, if you don't know who Imam Abdel Hardy is, I will tell you in a second. Hang on. I promise you most of you have heard of Imam Abdel Hardy, you just might not know it. Okay, this is Imam Abdel Hardy today. Imam Abdel Hardy got arrested outside the Chicago ICE facility, basically, and got charged with a felony. This one. Far left professor Imam Abdel Hardy charged with violent felonies, Chicago riots. That is that. Why does the New York Post have so many fucking ads? That can't even see the website. That is Imam Abdel Hardy today. Let me show you what Reagan just found. That was Imam Abdel Hardy when? 9 years ago? So Imam used to be a big girl. She's less of a bigger girl now. Hey, you know what? Good for her. Good for her. Good for her. She became much more radicalized the more weight she lost, and now she's being charged with felonies and stuff like that. Good for her.
And I think I'm very fond of this. I think it was a novel turned into a movie called, so I would pronounce it Momo in the German way, but Momo. I don't know if this possibly came through on your, I imagine not. There's a very niche cult interest in this. It was by Michael Ende in German, the novel, and it's about this small child who comes to a town and is homeless, is wild in some way, and she makes friends with all the people in the town, and she saves them from the invasion that shortly after starts occurring by the Grey Men, who are here with their briefcases to convince everybody that they are wasting their time, and so start stealing the time of the people in the town. And it's absolutely chilling and terrifying. The Grey Men are terrifying. And you know, they do this by seducing individuals into thinking about how unproductive they're being, and how, you know, how much of a waste of time it is to pick a flower for their daughter, you know, on the way to work and things like that. And so Momo is the sort of anti-capitalist principal in the town who's helping everyone imagine how to resist. But at first she loses, and this kind of time.
So the principal in the school, or the principal character, I don't know if it's the principal in the school or the principal character. That's a great freeze frame of Sophie. I actually, hang on. We're adding this to the Sophie freeze frame archive. There we go. So the principal of the story was an anti-capitalist who just wanted everyone to be taken care of.
Thief cabal just kind of closes in, and I remember being terrified by the Grey Men and hoping that I could be like Momo.
Wow. Do you think there were seeds of your political awakening in there?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, absolutely, yeah, for sure. I think I was pretty tuned into what I thought was unfair and wrong, and that, you know, that sort of thing. I mean, I think there's plenty of politics in children's discourses and speech. If you listen, you know, there's plenty of sort of.
There's plenty of politics in children's discourses if you just listen to them. Amazing. Tell us more, Sophie.
And I mean, it's not to say all children are, you know, a social justice sort of. There are certainly, you know, children with different political opinions too. But I think there's something about children's access potentially to utopianism that is worth taking seriously by everybody.
And I want to come back to that word because it features a lot, utopias. But first, I'd love you to tell me about your mum, Ingrid. You called her Mum Puts. And I know that in particular, maybe if it is not too complex today, your experience with her in your teenage years.
Yeah, it was really bad.
Oh, Sophie needs her mom.
She was, I think, a pretty unique and admirable person in many ways. She ran away kind of from her somewhat Nazi supporting, not fully Nazi German family to go to
Jewish?
university, which they didn't think girls should do. She had a big...
Wait. I thought Sophie's mother was Jewish. Why is Sophie saying her mother supported her mother's family supported the Nazis? And her Sophie, am I making this up that Sophie has said her mother is Jewish? Tell us about the Nazis again, Sophie.
I think, a pretty unique and admirable person in many ways. She ran away kind of from her somewhat Nazi supporting, not fully Nazi German family to go to university, which they didn't think girls should do. She had a big political awakening at Göttingen University.
Yeah, just because she's German doesn't mean she can't be Jewish. She can actually be both.
A lot of adventures in her life. She married some comrade of hers and divorced him, and married the same guy again and divorced him again. And then thought that she should be she really liked England, which I don't share this.
No,
she loved.
Wait, one of Sophie's grandparents was a Nazi? Wow. The plot thickens. One of Sophie's grandparents was a Nazi, and her mother was Jewish. Yeah, Mizakan says Sophie's mother had Jewish ancestry, but the family had converted to Christianity before the Holocaust, and her mother... Oh, that's right. Her mother only discovered she was Jewish later. So Sophie's mother was an unknowing Jewish Nazi. Based? Sophie comes from a based family? Wow.
It's January and rainy as we're recording. I feel the same.
Everything about England she loved, and she wanted to be English, and she basically did the rather wonderful thing of teaching herself English to the point where she was, when the BBC German service existed, she was working at it and doing documentaries on Jewish refugees. So she was and then very late in life she met my dad and decided to have kids. And I think she became pretty depressed shortly after this, and they moved in connection with so they were both journalists and reporters. And eventually we landed up where we did in France. And I think she just thought that, maybe not entirely consciously, but that the basic sort of deal of parenthood in this dyadic model with two parents in a private household just doesn't work. It just doesn't.
Hang on. That language that Sophie just used is very specific. This family model with two parents in a private household. Remember, capitalism means private property ownership. Parental rights are considered to be a form of private property ownership. It's not uncommon for Abolish the Family socialists to refer to the nuclear family as the private family. That means the family has access to private resources that you have to be a member of the family to have access to, where Sophie believes that everyone should have access to all of the resources. And so any privatization of the resources is capitalism. Having access to all of the resources is communism. Does everyone understand this? Any privatization of resources to make it only available to members of a family unit based on biology, that is a form of capitalism. That means private health insurance is capitalism. Money that you have via, just what is in your bank account, is considered to be capitalism. Any houses you own is considered to be capitalism. Any land you own is considered to be capitalism. See, this is the type of question I won't answer because this is not a serious fucking question. If you have a serious fucking question, then ask a serious fucking question. But if you ask another fucking retard question in my chat, I'm going to deport you for not listening to the fucking rules. This is conservative owning the libs bullshit. It is low IQ. We don't allow this here. Ask a serious question or get the fuck out. So, when Sophie is saying the private family, she is referring to the fact that the family unit, the nuclear family unit, privatizes resources to make it only available to members of the family unit, and that means that it is upholding capitalist values. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just explained, 2 in the chat if that's confusing. Please answer honestly. Ring the bell. Thanks so much for the 20. If I make food for my neighbors and give them all a lasagna, does that make me a communist? No. But if you have access to food that you don't grant people access to, that does make you a capitalist. If you have access, if you don't just leave the door open of your home and allow anyone to go into it at any time and take your shit, then you are a capitalist because you are privatizing resources. You can give resources away, but as long as, and by the way, your question, and I want to acknowledge the super chat, I appreciate the 20, but your question is even framed in a way where, again, I don't like, you are telling us that you are looking at this as an individual construct, where socialists look at things from the collective. You can make the personal decision to go bring everyone a fucking lasagna, but as long as some families have more food than others, then capitalism is upheld. Until every family has access to all the food and there is no privatized food, regardless of whether you're handing out lasagnas or not, then capitalism is still upheld, okay? So until you're going to the community kitchen and all the food you're getting is from the community kitchen and all of the food is available to everyone else, you are still living in a capitalist construct. And that is actually what we're talking about. We are not talking about individualism. We are talking about collectivism. Can we please, for the love of my fucking sanity, not do the owning the libs bullshit? What I mean by the owning the libs bullshit is conservatives seem to believe that if they can just ask a question that proves that the left are, no, you aren't generally asking, shut the fuck up and listen. Conservatives seem to believe that if they just ask a question that proves the hypocrisy of the left, they are somehow winning. No, well, then you should have phrased your question a little bit better. If you want to fight me on this, okay, let me read your question out loud. Let's do, you want to do this seriously? Fucking fine. Excuse me. Does Sophie share how she practices this? Like, does she open up her house and kitchen regularly? Yeah, Sophie actually probably does. Sophie also doesn't own her house because Sophie is a renter of the house because Sophie doesn't believe in private property ownership. Sophie discusses about community kitchens all the fucking time. If Sophie has an opportunity to go to a fucking commune to hang the fuck out, oh my God. Okay. Should we just end the stream? I'm seriously asking. Because I've had a lot of conservative I'll forego the channel membership goals. To maintain my fucking sanity, I will forego the channel fucking membership goals. Do you understand me? I am sick and tired of the conservative retard shit. I'm sick and tired of the whining and complaining. I'm sick and tired of the owning the libs. I don't want to see any more of it. Cynthia. Can't fucking, God damn it, Cynthia. Cynthia, I was ready to end the stream and take the night off. Okay, W's in the chat for Cynthia. Just because of Cynthia, I will stay and will continue the stream. But like, guys, I am deadly serious. I am tired of this. Does Sophie show how she doesn't have a private kitchen? How many times do I have to explain? W's in the chat to old sub as well. Fucking 10 channel memberships. Guys, how many times do I have to explain this very simple concept? And I know I've explained it when you two have been in the chat before. Hang on, let me add this to the membership goal. Let me make this very fucking clear. We do not have community kitchens in our current world because our current world is a capitalist world, and socialists know this, and socialists are allowed to exist in capitalism and are allowed to practice capitalism because we live in a capitalist world, and they have to exist in and survive in a capitalist world. If Sophie was relying on community kitchens for her food, she would not live. So therefore, Sophie has to rely on her private kitchen for her food, where she makes her food until the community kitchen is available. So again, no, I want to see zero more owning the lib bullshit. If you are trying to prove that socialists are hypocrites because they're engaging in capitalism, you are going to fail, and you're going to fail colossally, because they are allowed to engage in capitalism because they live in a capitalist society and they have to survive within capitalism. As long as they are working to overthrow capitalism, they are allowed to currently engage in capitalism because there is no other fucking system at the moment. Conservative retards come. I just know that Sophie goes directly to George Soros for her food. Yeah, okay, yeah. Sophie is Soros funded. So fucking true. So fucking true. So fucking true. Let's continue. I don't even know where we were going. Let's just back up a little bit. I truly don't even know where we
did the rather wonderful thing of teaching herself English to the point where she was, when the BBC.
No more fucking whining. I just want to hear the video. 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 Why you think about the video? I just want to hear the video. I will pause this video and talk as much as I fucking want, and we will watch the video when I'm damn well ready. You are fully, you know what? You know what, Florida girl? You know what? Here's the fucking link. There's the link. Go watch the video on your own.
German service existed. She was working at it and doing documentaries on Jewish refugees. So she was and then very late in life she met
Ginny,
my dad,
you over on Rumble
and decided to
for
have
one more
kids.
membership. Okay.
And I think
all
she
right.
became pretty
Thank
depressed shortly after this, and they moved.
Oh, Kara sent a super
in connection
chat
with his.
See, I got so distracted by the retardation that I missed a super chat. Very sorry, Core. I appreciate it. Do collective far left folks have a mechanism to account for single people who take more of their needs? No, they don't care. From each according to their ability, to each according to their need. The left does not care if some people take more than others because they are taking according to their need. So no, they do not have a mechanism for that. Good question, though. Appreciate it.
So they were both journalists and reporters. And eventually we landed up where we did in France. And I think
Ginny, you can buy memberships over on Rumble too. Just
maybe
so
not
you know.
entirely consciously, but that the basic sort of deal of parenthood in this dyadic model with two parents in a private household just doesn't work. It just doesn't. It cannot work. And she sort of preferred annihilating herself, I think, in given the situation. She tried really hard. She had a lot.
Hey, Rumble, this has nothing to do with the fucking occult. Oh my fucking god. There's people over on Rumble talking about how this is an occult ideology, and I'm just like, this is gonna try my fucking patience. Tonight is gonna try my fucking patience, isn't it?
Of anger, and she tried to figure out something. I mean, I'm giving this context. I mean, I felt so much, rage and probably also loathing of her, and I think it was mutual. There was a real clash. There was a clash between her and me. There was a clash between my dad and me.
I should
It
give
was
a joint. You're
miserable. It was
right.
really miserable
Absolutely
adolescence,
correct,
completely.
actually.
And there was alcoholism and
This is why
suicidality
I use
in
drugs.
her
Conservative
on her side
retards
of
are why
things,
I
and
use
so
fucking
my
drugs.
survival was very much to do with searching for other figures to be connected to. And then I also basically left, sort of ran away, like many queer people do in their childhoods and adolescences. But I suppose the unusual thing, I suppose, is that I was still part of my survival DNA was like overachievement as well. I had to really be the absolute best in order to make it out of there. So I, I got into Oxford while being a sort of queer runaway.
Queer runaway. By the way, Sophie is non-binary, just so you guys know. Sophie considers herself to be a they, them. Thank you, Core, for the super chat. I appreciate you. What would pure leftist society do if someone took more? Oh, bro, I literally already answered this. They want to create. If they are taking the things, then they are determined to need those things. You are thinking about this as an individual question. The left does not think in terms of an individual question. They do not believe that people are going to take more than they need. And so this becomes a non-issue because from each according to their abilities to each according to their needs. I don't know how to explain it any more simply. They do not believe that people will take stuff that they do not need. They believe if they take something, then they need that thing. It really is that simple. Andrew Wilson is debating a commie right now that is arguing communism would create conditions that would eliminate any violence between genders. It's fucking hilarious. Does Andrew Wilson know what he's saying, or is Andrew Wilson completely clueless? Maybe perhaps Andrew Wilson should have listened to me when I tried to teach him this instead of shit-talking me on the internet. I'm just saying, yo, KK, I didn't mean to guilt you into sending a $50 super chat. Listen, I didn't mean to guilt. Everyone gets yelled at sometimes, KK. You have to get the conservative retard beaten out of you with a stick. I'm not calling you a retard all the time. I'm just saying that on this particular occasion, we had to beat the inclination out of you with a stick to get you to stop doing it because it's become habit. It becomes habits for people who spend too much time in conservative retardia. You're like so close to escaping. And then you go back. And you're not the only one who does this. Other people do it too. So anytime we see someone backsliding, we get the fucking switch and we hit you so you don't do it again. You didn't have to send a super chat to apologize. I'm keeping the money anyway, though. I am keeping the money. Thank you, KK, for that. You know what? Listen, WKK for getting. Actually, can everyone give KK some W's in the chat? W's for getting yelled at by me and scolded, and then you send me $50. This is actually exactly how it should work. Every time I yell at someone, they basically owe me a $50 super chat. If I've taken the time out to like yell at you and scold you and correct the behavior, you basically owe me for my emotional labor. I'm genuinely sorry. I was coming more from like, does she have a video or sharing on it? Because I'd like to see that. But I do see how it seemed like that to get us off track. My penance is on. KK, what a fucking legend. What a fucking legend. All right, yep. If I'm yelling at you, it's because I care enough to make sure you understand what's going on. So true. So true. So true. So real. All right. Yep. That was iconic. That was fucking. We're going to remember that super chat, KK, is going to live in infamy forever on this channel. Should we watch this later for fun and make fun of Andrew Wilson? Someone please monitor the Andrew Wilson debate and let me know if we should watch it and make fun of it later. After we're done with class, of course. Cora, thank you for the super chat. At the far left, don't believe anyone would take more than they're needed in a communist society. I guess okay, but you know, listen, again, I appreciate the money. It doesn't fucking matter what you think. It doesn't fucking matter what you believe. They are going to operate how they are going to operate, regardless of what you think and regardless of what you believe. So you saying, excuse me, I disagree that people are never going to take more than they need. They don't give a flying fuck what you think, bro. So, I mean, I guess do whatever you want. But if you think this is relevant, I think you might be missing the point of what we're doing here. But thank you for the money. I'm totally going to keep it.
Wasn't surprised by that. I just had to get the hell out of there. And I think getting into the most prestigious place was
no stupid question.
The way to do that, because at the time I felt very, keyed into love being proportionate to achievement.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And when you write about this in the essays, as you've just done again, your extraordinary ability to name the harm and name the context with such grace for her. And I just wanted to say it's a remarkable thing to hear and a remarkable thing to read about, and presumably was the fruit of some long, presumably didn't at Oxford have that level of compassion.
No. Well, strangely, it's the way you've asked me about this teases out the sort of the one side of it. And, the role of my dad in it and his refusal to stand up for either of us in any way, and actually delight in pitting us against each other, became much more clearly the thing I had to distance myself from. So by the time I got to university, I think I had actually begun to want a relationship with my mum. So I did have one. It almost began anew in my 20s. We'd been pretty distant from one another in my adolescence, and we did find a way to know each other and be kind and funny and appreciative of each other before she died in 2018.
I'd love to know, because you studied did you do English for your undergrad and your PhD, or just your undergrad?
Oh gosh, another thing about me is I just wanted to do it all. I studied English for undergrad, and then I was so inflamed about climate catastrophe that I thought that I couldn't do English anymore responsibly, because I needed to be equipped with the knowledge to be part of saving the climate.
This is correct. If I'm yelling at you, it's because you need to be yelled at because you said something stupid, and you just need to learn not to do that again. And that's okay. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to say, guys, even on occasion, I say retarded things. Even I'm not saying I do it often. I'm not saying I'm going to give you guys an example, because I'm not. But everyone says retarded things every once in a while.
Saving the world from fossil capitalism. So I did an MSc, Masters of Science, in environmental policy at that point.
Wow.
And then I switched again to political science on my Fulbright scholarship, or politics. It was just called politics, a master's in politics. And then I switched to human geography, which is actually a bit that for my PhD, which doesn't make much sense to people unless you happen to know a bit about geography as a discipline, because geography as a discipline has some physical geographers in it.
Are you dumb? When a coach yells at you, it was, sorry. I totally misread that. See, I just did something retarded. I totally misread that. I thought you said when a coach is yelling at you, it usually means he's given up on you. I'm like, it means exactly the opposite. When a coach, this is exactly correct, actually. See, look, I can do retarded things too. When coaches stop yelling at you, it usually means they've given up on you. That's exactly right. That's 100% correct. If I didn't give a fuck, how many people do I ban on the channel without even saying anything to? probably more than you guys understand. If someone says something like truly fucking foolish in my chat, and I determine that like, okay, we're just kind of done here, there's no yelling. You fucking block them and you move the fuck on. But if I'm taking the time to like offer a correction or to say, no, that's not what that is, or to yell at you for something, it's because I actually do want you to learn and get better from that thing.
Doing things with statistics. But it also has a lot of, it has a lot of people in it who are, theorizing about the nature of the human body, or the interrelation between physical, social, and earthly metabolisms, or city movements, modes of production. You can basically put a lot of ragtag assorted socialists, Marxists, anarchists, feminists in geography.
Nice. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And when did you first... Okay, do you prefer leftist, Marxist, like all of the labels fall apart and they all need footnotes and nuancing, but for shorthand, whatever you want to call that, when did you first start calling yourself it, whatever language you prefer?
Definitely, I think I became radicalized at university. There was the sort of, as I was at the end of my time at Oxford, there was in 2011 the riots, and then also the student uprising. I think labels are really tricky, as you kind of imply. I was in sort of horizontally organized climate movements. I've never been in a sort of hierarchically organized anti-capitalist organization.
Okay, actually, thank you, Sophie, for saying that so clearly. Hey, Cynthia. Appreciate you, Cynthia. Yell at me, Karlyn. I need to know you care. Cynthia, I have nothing but gratitude and admiration. And the thing about Cynthia is Cynthia has never actually, to the best of my recollection, said something retarded in the chat. Cynthia gifts out memberships. Cynthia doles out words of encouragement. Cynthia celebrates when I yell at people, but I actually think to this day, I cannot remember something that Cynthia has said that merited me yelling at her, because I just can't think of a time when Cynthia has been retarded. Now that's not to say you won't have a moment, Cynthia. We all have moments, okay? And if I have to yell at you, I will. But as of right now, I just, there's been no reason. There's been no reason. Okay, what Sophie just said is really important, and I need everyone to listen to me. Sophie says she's been in horizontal movements, and she has never been in a hierarchical anti-capitalist movement. What Sophie just said is the left operates in a non-hierarchical, decentralized manner. There is no hierarchy in leftist organizing culture. That means there is no leader. There is no head of the snake. Everyone is on the same level. That's what she's saying when she's saying they are horizontally organized. That means everyone is on the same level. There is no leader. There is no barking orders. They operate in a completely different way. And if you do not understand this, you do not understand the left. The right operates in a hierarchical way. They think very hierarchically. There is a boss, and there are people who report to the boss, and there are people who report to those people, and everyone else is useful idiots. That's like a hierarchical way. That's not how the left operates. The left operates in a decentralized, horizontal way, because there is no one leader. It is everyone working together in a collectivist mindset. No longer moderate, cannot with Marxists. Don't know what that means, philosopher, but thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate it. Listen.
Tricky, as you kind of imply. I was in sort of horizontally organized climate movements. I've never been in a sort of hierarchically organized anti-capitalist organization. I think my instincts are a bit more sort of, I think, what some people in Europe call libertarian communist in that way.
Anarcho-communist.
So the thing that has always made me
There is no such thing as a libertarian communist, just to be really clear, or a libertarian socialist, because libertarians believe in private property ownership. Socialist communists do not believe in private property ownership. But socialists and communists have made up this stupid term called anarcho-communism, where they have convinced themselves that libertarian communism or libertarian socialism is a real thing. It is not a real thing. Libertarians believe in private property ownership.
Yes, they're talking about the sacred, is this principle that is very ancient in the UK, that omnia sunt communia, or everything is everyone's.
Everything is everyone.
And that's the thing about the commons and the commune form. Communism is the sort of real movement that abolishes the present state of things, because it is turning things inside out, and in a sense restoring the sense in which we belong to one another. Everyone is everyone's and everything is everyone's. I think, whatever that is, commune.
Okay. So this is the basis of what I was explaining earlier. Sophie and people like Sophie believe that the nuclear family privatizes resources. So there's money, housing, healthcare, whatever, land. There's resources that are privatized within the nuclear family that are not available to everyone else. That is why they call the nuclear family the private nuclear family. Sometimes they call it the Fordist nuclear family to refer to the Industrial Revolution, when they believe the nuclear family was created. Whether or not that's true, it doesn't really make a difference. That's what they believe. So that is the problem of the nuclear family. It is not that it makes people beholden to their family before the state. It is because the nuclear family privatizes the resources and teaches capitalist values to the children, which then reproduces capitalism in society. That is what social reproduction theory is. So does the intersectional oppression scale matter on the left? Okay, this is a good question. This is a good question. Intersectionality just means all the ways in which you are oppressed by capitalism. Intersectionality is basically like a map of the ways that capitalism is oppressing you. Is it oppressing you because you're Black? Well, Black people are fundamentally proletariat because it stems from slavery, in which Black people were owned as private property. Therefore, if you are Black, you are considered to be oppressed by capitalism because slaves were owned as private property. If you are a woman, you are oppressed by the patriarchy. The patriarchy was created by capitalism, which created the socially constructed categories of men and women. If you are not a Christian, you are oppressed because Christianity is the dominant religion and privatizes all the resources and perpetuates the nuclear family and normative culture, etc., etc., etc. If you are queer, you are oppressed because queer is an anti-capitalist, anti-normative ideology. And so if you are queer, you are oppressed by capitalism by being forced to adhere to capitalist norms. If you are disabled, you are oppressed by capitalism because capitalism encourages people to be able-bodied and rewards people for being able-bodied. Whereas if you're not able-bodied, you are oppressed by capitalism. So when they're talking about intersectionality, which is the intersection of all your oppression points, they're talking about all of the ways in which capitalism is oppressing you, and capitalism oppresses some people in more ways than it oppresses other people. So does that make sense to you? Does that make sense? Intersectionality is not about identity. It's about all of the ways in which you are oppressed by capitalism. And if you have more oppression points, then you are rewarded because you are oppressed by capitalism in more ways than other people are. Every ism the left talks about in some way is related to the oppressor class versus the oppressed. It does not matter. Again, guys, this is not about you and your personal fucking feelings or your personal fucking story. It does not matter if you are disabled and you don't consider yourself to be oppressed. What you think, what you believe, what your lived experiences are, it does not matter. What matters is what they believe, not what you believe. If you have more oppression points, you are treated more gently than people who have less oppression points.
Yeah, is my position. You know, it's all ours. It's all it must be. It is.
I don't know if this is a stupid question or not, but what is your utopia? Like, what is the dream?
They don't believe that's a hierarchy because they're not creating a hierarchy. They're commenting on it. Bro, they're literally commenting on the hierarchy that capitalism created. Capitalism is what has created the oppression. Capitalism is what created the hierarchy. They are not creating their own hierarchy. They are saying, here, this is common feminism. But what the fuck do you think we're doing here? Are you smart enough to understand where you are? What the fuck do you think we're doing here? My God, another fucking retard in the chat that doesn't know what the fuck is going on. What the hell is going on today? Capitalism created the hierarchy because capitalism created the oppression. In a world without capitalism, there would be no oppression, and therefore there would be no intersectionality, and therefore there would be no hierarchy. That is what they believe. You got it. Intersectionality is a critique of the hierarchy created by capitalism. Exactly.
That you are all again and again gesturing towards in your theory. Like, what do you Thomas More distilled into a couple of paragraphs?
Sorry to do this, but Thomas More's utopianism is only one kind. You know, he does have an island where everything is great, and that is a lot of what we think of as utopia, like a destination. But as old as Thomas More, and part of the conversation he's already part of, although it's not usually told that way,
is that this is a great point. They call everyone a comrade because a comrade does not imply hierarchy at all. Comradeship is equitable. Exactly.
The no place and the good place are in a kind of relationship with one another. You don't, in fact, many people have been saying for centuries that you destroy utopia as soon as you think that it's a design that you can get to. It has to be the road itself. It has to be the method, in almost, you could even say, of approaching the given. So utopia is the sort of almost ineffable knowledge that things don't have to be this way, and the collective sort of insurgency against the way things currently are, that is guided by the I suppose faith, you know, that there is a different way, a different world. But again, you know, designing it with the minds that we have now would almost be by definition sort of abortive or insufficient. We can get glimpses of it is all. And I know this sounds quite wishy-washy, but I'm pretty sure that it's sufficient. It sometimes feels sufficient. You know that it is when you try. It's not a matter of, you know, feeling sufficient at the desk, you know, like, oh, utopianism is a sort of decolonial method of insurgency against the given. Like, okay, that's a lot of very abstract language, but when
let's actually break down that language. Let's actually break that down. Say that again, Sophie.
It's not a matter of, you know, feeling sufficient at the desk, you know, like, oh, utopianism is a sort of...
Okay, bro, you just got here. You got to chill the fuck out. If you freak out in my chat, you're going to disrupt my fucking class, and I do not like it when people disrupt my class. These people are insane, and the problem is way worse than you think it is. And the reason that, and the people that you should be upset with the most are the conservative retards in the media who were supposed to inform you of this and didn't. They are going to take power. The conservative right is doing nothing to stop them. And so my recommendation is you don't have to apologize. I'm trying to tell you what's going to happen. Your best bet is to listen and to learn. You just got here. You need to listen and learn about what is going on. No need to apologize, but I'm trying to be really clear with you because I know exactly where this is going because I've done it before. Every single person that's ever found my content has been where you are, and you should be scared. And the people you have to thank for it are the conservative retards in the media who lied to you. Now listen to Sophie.
Decolonial method of insurgency. It's sufficient. It sometimes feels sufficient. You know that it is when you try. It's not a matter of, feeling sufficient at the desk, like, oh, utopianism is a sort of decolonial method of insurgency.
Utopianism is a sort of decolonial method of insurgency. Utopianism means believing in a world without capitalism, a world in which capitalism has been overthrown. Capitalism means the United States government. Capitalism means the Constitution. Capitalism means all private property ownership. That's what that means. That is the utopian world, a world without capitalism. Utopianism is a sort of decolonial method of insurgency. Decolonization means sanitizing something from capitalist influence. Colonizing means privatizing under the oppressive force of capitalism. So therefore, utopia, decolonizing, is removing the oppressive force of capitalism.
Against the given,
against the given. So utopianism is a decolonial method of insurgency against the given. When Sophie says the given, she means the system that we currently have, which is capitalism. A utopian decolonization insurgency is the method by which you remove the capitalism from society in order to create a utopian world. Does that make sense to everyone? That is what that language means. Telling me not to yell at you is only going to increase the chances that I'm going to yell at you. I'm going to tell you that right now. So in their utopia, do they believe they will be done with hierarchy? Yes. No hierarchy. This is not theory. This is real life. They do not believe in hierarchy.
Okay, that's a lot of very abstract language, but when movements on the streets say, another world is possible, I think that's the basic kernel of what utopia says. We it's not about saying we want to get to a place we know exactly, the logic of it. It's saying the logic is us, is what we're doing right now. And we're glimpsing it in what we're doing right now, and whatever the sort of noun utopia rather than verb utopia might be, is whatever grows and extrapolates from our collective utopian action. I mean,
honestly, doesn't sound strange at all. Good. Sorry to interrupt, because it's almost exactly the way. So I'm a Christian. In my tradition, it's almost exactly the way we talk about the kingdom of God, which I guess is the equivalent, right?
We have found a socialist who is a self-professed Christian. Oh, I've been trying to tell conservatives for years that there are many socialists who are self-professed Christians, or they might practice other religions too. Like Emmy O'Brien is a Buddhist. I have been trying to tell conservatives for years that communists are not all atheists, but conservatives don't believe that. Like, the conservatives basically believe if you're not a Christian, you're an atheist. So isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? By the way, Socialists don't actually hate Christianity. That's a conservative bullshit talking point. Socialists basically believe that Christianity and religion in general is a coping mechanism to deal with the oppression of capitalism. They believe that religion will naturally die off when capitalism is abolished. This is why Marx called Christianity, or religion rather, the opiate of the masses. It's meant to be a coping mechanism for the masses as they deal with the oppressive capitalist society. They believe that it will inevitably die off in a communist society. But isn't that interesting? We found a socialist Christian.
Action. I mean, honestly, it's not doesn't sound strange at all. Sorry to interrupt, because it's almost exactly the way. So I'm a Christian. In my tradition, it's almost exactly the way we talk about the kingdom of God.
Yeah, welcome,
which I guess
Liberty.
Is the equivalent.
Welcome to the
right?
cult.
That
We
it is
appreciate
not
you.
some far off, hermetically sealed place. It is amongst us, right? It is. There are seeds of the kingdom. There are whispers.
Yes.
There are acts. There are moments which are Christological, which have something of the logic of the kingdom at work in them, and we can choose to collaborate with and cooperate with and align ourselves with the work of the Spirit towards the kingdom of God. And that's like, it's beautiful. It's our calling, and it's not. It really helps lower the frustration levels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. My
where's Amalek?
friend,
Amalek's
and
gone for the weekend.
it sounds strange to say colleague when you're a writer, because I don't know, but M.E. O'Brien has written this book called Family, Abolition, Capitalism, and the Communizing of Care, which ends with an extended meditation on the concept of the beloved community.
Yo!
And that's
Not only did Liberty join and become a member themselves, Liberty also just gave 5 channel memberships to the cult. W's in the chat for Liberty. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. Really, really appreciate that. So are you a National Socialist? Help me understand what's going on. Hey, bro. Hey, how about you read the description of the video that you're watching? That might be a good place to start. Read the description of the fucking video that you're watching and, start there. Let's continue.
I wonder if it's quite resonant with what you're saying there. The it's a partly religious concept, a Christian concept, I think, that sort of speaks to the way that humans could be related to one another in a world freed from private property ways of construing one another. I mean, I do think
abolishing the family is a world in which you are freed from private property, otherwise known as capitalism. This woman is like a female Nick Fuentes. Oh. See, now you've given me a wonderful compliment. Now you've given me about the best compliment you could give me. I don't think you meant it that way, but yes, correct. I am like the female Nick Fuentes when it comes to the live chat. Nick Fuentes is a very smart boy. He's a very precocious young man. And anyone telling me that I'm like Nick Fuentes, well, that's a massive fucking W so far as I'm concerned. Anyway, let's go back to Sophie. Sophie is telling us that the nuclear family basically is a form of private property. Let's listen again.
it sounds strange to say colleague when you're a writer, because I don't know, but M.E. O'Brien has written this book called Family, Abolition, Capitalism, and the Communizing of Care, which ends with an extended meditation on the concept of the beloved community. And that's, I wonder if it's quite resonant with what you're saying there. The it's a partly religious concept, a Christian concept, I think, that sort of speaks to the way that humans could be related to one another in a world freed from private property ways of construing one another. I mean, I do think, I see the resonances you're implying.
They're talking about creating a world in which people do not relate to one another in private propertied ways. What Sophie is saying is the nuclear family is a form of private property because the only reason that the people within the family are relating to each other is because they all have access to the same resources, and you need the resources of your family for money, for healthcare, for shelter, all those things. And so private property is the way that people relate to each other in the nuclear family, whereas in a communist society where they abolish all private property, people would relate to each other in a fundamentally different way that is outside of the nuclear family, and the nuclear family would no longer be necessary because there would be no more private property. Do people understand what I'm saying? 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying, 2 in the chat if you do not understand what I'm saying. Bro, you are in my fucking classroom. 1 more retard chat, I'm going to deport you from my fucking classroom. Do you fucking understand me? We are having a class here. Either you are smart enough to hang with us or you get the fuck out. Do not disrupt my class again. All right, let's listen 1 more time, just so people can hear it again.
Writer, because I don't know, but M.E. O'Brien has written this book called Family, Abolition, Capitalism, and the Communizing of Care, which ends with an extended meditation on the concept of the beloved community. And that's, I wonder if it's quite resonant with what you're saying there. The it's a partly religious concept, a Christian concept, I think, that sort of speaks to the way that humans could be related to one another in a world freed from private property ways of construing one another. I mean, I do think, I see the resonances you're implying very clearly. There's a wonderful sort of idea called red love in the sort of dissident left of the Bolshevik tradition.
Sophie's talked about this before.
Alexandra Kollontai is one example. She was pretty much chastised by Lenin for being too utopian, actually. She insisted that the property form is really infecting the way that, even possibly you or I, but certainly, people who are intimately bound together in love are kind of construing one another under capitalism. And there's something better. There's a sort of red way of loving one another in which we're not,
so red love, the concept of red love is something that comes from Alexander Kollontai, who Sophie is in love with Kollontai. Sophie mentions Kollontai all the fucking time. And basically it's the concept of, again, like they want to create an environment in which people are not relating to each other because of access to property. That's the whole point of abolishing private property. They want to create different forms of human relationship. Red love means relating to other people. Yeah, great freeze frame. Relating to other people outside of the propertied relationship. And remember, parental rights are considered to be a form of private property. Okay? Matt Morse just showed someone's X profile and said the pink triangle means Palestine. Can you DM me that link, please? Can you DM me? Actually, can I just go to his Twitter feed? Hang on. The red triangle means Palestine. The red triangle means watermelon. If he's talking about a red triangle, it could be that. Matt Morse. Let's see what the retard is saying. Looking for it. Let me search for it on his timeline. Triangle. Don't see that. Let's see. Palestine. What did he actually say in this tweet? What did he actually say? Can you tell me what he actually said? Oh, he just said it on a live stream. Okay, is he talking about a red triangle or is he talking about a pink triangle? If he's talking about a pink triangle, Matt Morse is a retard and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Is he talking about a red triangle or a pink triangle? The red triangle relates to Palestine. The pink triangle relates to queer Marxism. Conservatives get this confused all the time, by the way, because conservatives don't know there's a difference between the two triangles. Is he talking about a red triangle or a pink triangle? Okay, you're going to go back and clip it. Can you, chicken patty? Can you, is it on, it's on his stream like right now? If you can just give us a timestamp of the stream, that would be awesome. I don't mean to be a dick or anything, but if he's telling people that like a pink triangle is a red triangle and a pink triangle means Palestine, then he needs to like actually shut the fuck up. Can you just give me a timestamp for that stream and I'll go back and find it? Tell me how, I know it's currently live, but tell me how far into the stream it actually is. Okay, we'll go back over here for the moment. You're looking for it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ways of construing one another. I mean, I do think, yeah, I see the resonances you're implying very clearly. There's a wonderful sort of idea called red love in the sort of dissident left of the Bolshevik tradition. Alexandra Kollontai is one example. She was pretty much chastised by Lenin for being too utopian, actually. She insisted that the property form...
It's 3 to 4 minutes back from where he is now, Bot. Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, did he actually have a pink triangle on the screen or was it in the chat? Guys, did he actually show a pink triangle on the screen or was it in the chat? You're saying it's a red triangle? This is why we need to be specific, people. I do not like it when people are not specific. Can someone tell me what timestamp is that specifically? Like how long into the video? I'm going to spend all night looking for this. Okay, obviously this is not working out. I'm not going to search for this on stream. If someone cannot give me a timestamp, it says it's red in the... Okay, so guys... Okay, but... That's not fucking helpful, actually. That's not... Okay, we're moving on from this because I can't get a clear answer about what the fuck is going on, so I don't give a fuck.
Is really infecting the way that, even... possibly you or I, but certainly, people who are intimately bound together in love are kind of construing one another under capitalism. And there's something better. There's a sort of red way of loving one another.
It's red. Okay. No, okay, guys.
And we're not.
I need you to listen to me and I need you to listen carefully. I need people to be detail oriented. If you are not detail-oriented, you make stupid mistakes. If he was referring to a red triangle, the red triangle is Palestine. It represents the watermelon. If he is referring to a pink triangle, the pink triangle is queer Marxism and has nothing to do with Palestine. It's a username of a Twitter user, like a display name. The emoji shows up as red. So then it was a red triangle and he is actually correct. So now let's all move on, okay? Conversation over. Focus.
Contaminated by the property form. And we don't understand love as a question of having the dissident left of the Bolshevik tradition. Alexandra Kollontai is one example. She was pretty much chastised by Lenin for being too utopian, actually. She insisted that the property form is really infecting the way that, even possibly you or I, but certainly, people who are intimately bound together in love are kind of construing one another under capitalism. And there's something better. There's a sort of red way of loving one another in which we're not, and we're not contaminated by the.
Your job right now, because you just got here, is literally to sit down, shut the fuck up, listen and learn. That is the only thing. There is nothing else for you to do right now. I don't mean to be mean. I don't mean to make you feel bad. But the answer is your job right now is to sit down, shut the fuck up, listen and learn. Do nothing else. Do not try to be helpful. Right now, you being helpful is like a toddler trying to help mom in the kitchen cook dinner. The toddler isn't helping mom. They just think they're helping mom. What the toddler is actually doing is making a big fucking mess. You are not equipped to go and fix things because you do not adequately understand the problem. Your job right now, if you are new here, is to understand the problem. This lady is psychotic. I knew I should have just banned your retarded ass. Bro didn't know if I was a communist or a socialist when he entered the chat. Bro was completely incapable of reading a description of the video that he himself was watching. Bro couldn't understand basic concepts. Bro kept distracting the class by being a massive retard in the chat. Now bro is complaining because this person is too psychotic and he just got himself permanently banned from the channel. Goodbye.
Property form. And we don't understand love as a question of, having one another. And so for her, a really important part of revolutionary transformation was this kind of, maybe, from below, kernel-wise, glimpse-wise, sort of unfurling of the logic of red love, which would be the way to unleash on the stage of history real meaningful love worthy of the name for the first time.
Yeah. You use this definition that's going round and round in my head. And I can't quote you word for word, but it's something like love is wanting maximal autonomy and maximal care for people, or maximal autonomy and to be just something beautiful, like surrounded by care or captured by care or something. But it's really stuck with me because I think I have an intuitive sense that those things pull us in two opposite directions. And I wondered if you thought that too.
Yeah, loads of people talk about that definition I give. I want to hazard a definition of love, and it's about struggling for someone's immersion in care and their autonomy at the same time. But I think you're right. People construe these things as quite opposite directions. Freedom also, in a certain philosophical tradition, has been just
the biggest warning sign at all from that last asshole that we just deported from our chat. The biggest warning sign of all was that he complained that I yell at people in the same way that Nick Fuentes does. I really should have just banned him then and there.
It's reduced to a version of itself that is individualist. But the sort of abolitionist intellectual tradition that I cherish has pretty much always insisted on the two things can't be defined apart from one another: freedom and autonomy, or cared forness, connectedness, belonging, heldness, communitedness, is how you get autonomy, is how you get freedom. So abolitionists tend to view, that I guess I'm struggling not to say the word dialectic, but that's how I think they're bound together. Like they're sort of.
Thanks for trying.
Sorry,
it's all good.
But they're in order to be free, we have to be massively supported and potentiated and held. That's the idea in that tradition. There is no, it's a total fantasy that you could somehow be free without others. We are one another's freedom is the idea. I guess I'm also offering to.
Okay.
I keep.
What concept is Sophie talking about here? Pop quiz for the chat. What concept is Sophie talking about? You cannot be free as an individual. You will only be free when everyone is free. What is Sophie talking about? I literally just gave it away for anyone who is listening, by the way. I literally just gave away the answer. What concept is you cannot be free as an individual? I'm not looking for collectivism. Nope. I literally just said it, guys. Thank you. No one is free until everyone is free. No one is liberated until everyone is liberated from capitalism. No one is free as long as capitalism exists on this planet. It is not enough to be free as an individual. This is why it doesn't fucking matter if Sophie has a private kitchen in her house. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if Sophie gets rid of the private kitchen in her house. Just because she frees herself from the private kitchen doesn't mean other people are freed from the oppressive nature of capitalism. The left thinks as collectivists. They do not think as individuals. Thanks, Chicken Patty, for the super chat. I put the Matt Morris timestamp and a screenshot in the Discord. You're the best, bro. Thank you so much for your help. I do appreciate that. I'll check that out later. I just don't want to distract anymore from what we're actually doing. If one person is oppressed under capitalism, everyone is oppressed under capitalism. It is a collectivist mindset.
Sort of saying, oh, other people have said this, but I mean, I guess I'm saying this. The way I also put this in my first book, which was about pregnancy, was that there's no such thing as unassisted reproduction.
This is not helpful. This is not helpful at all in terms of, do you understand what capitalism means? Please define for us what capitalism means real quick. This is only for leave the goats alone. Do you understand what capitalism means to the left? Please define it for us. This is only for you. You will answer this question. You will either answer my question or you'll say, I don't know. No one else answer. Leave the goats alone. What is the left's definition of capitalism? No. Nope. Wrong. Want to try again? I've only defined it 5 or 6 times on this stream, bro. So, nope. Again. What is the left's definition of capitalism? Only for leave the goats alone, no one else. We're waiting. You got the first one wrong. You can cross that one off the list. So what is the left's definition of capitalism? 30 seconds. Do. You can say, I don't know. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You absolutely did not. Don't fucking argue. Just answer the question or say you don't know. I have defined it several times on this stream. Have you been listening to what's been said on this stream or haven't you? I can ask the whole chat to give you the answer right now. And they will give you the answer. Either admit that you don't know or I'm going to embarrass you even more. And if you refuse to answer, by the way, you get permanently banned from the channel. That's the rule. If you refuse to answer in my class, you get permanently banned from the channel. You either answer the fucking question or you say, I don't know. See, the thing is, I have to retrain conservatives on how to actually learn shit because conservatives have no fucking idea how to actually learn things. We're waiting for your answer. You have 30 seconds to answer. I'm banning you from the chat. Leave the goats alone. We are waiting for your answer. Either define what the left means by capitalism or I am banning you from the chat if you don't define it or say you don't know. We're waiting. Why do I have a feeling I'm going to be banning this person from the chat? Why do I have a feeling that's coming? We're waiting. Yo, Chittalago, W for the gifted channel membership. Really appreciate it. Leave the goats alone. You have 15 seconds to answer before I permanently ban you from the chat. Either say the answer or say you don't know. You have until I finish updating this banner to answer the question, or you're getting permanently banned. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.5, 2, 1. All right, gave you long enough. Permanently banned from the chat for not answering the question and disrespecting my classroom. Guys, why do I do that? Pop quiz in the chat. Why do I stop the entire stream to ask one person to define capitalism? And when they don't do it, and when they disappear and they stop answering in the chat, I permanently ban them in the chat if they don't admit that they don't know the answer. Why do I do this exercise over and over and over and over and over again? And of course, the answer is private property ownership. That is the only answer that you ever need to give. When I say what is the left's definition of capitalism, it is private property ownership. They're not listening to get people to listen, to see if they can admit that they don't know everything, to teach them, because it's such an important fundamental point to understanding the left, to try to spank the conservative slop out of them, to get them to listen. Because if you can't admit ignorance, you can't learn. If nothing else, to bring attention to the matter that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It shows if they're serious enough to learn or if they're just here to waste our time, to weed out the retards. Lots of great answers on this one. They are wasting our time. They weren't serious to begin with. To prevent disruptions. Exactly. To see if they can admit they don't know everything. Exactly. If you can't admit that you don't know something, how can you learn anything? Exactly. You're not humble enough to learn. Exactly. It is a retard test. Integrity. Plus, it's important to Karlyn that she has curated the finest students. Listen, man. You don't have to know everything. It is okay to say that you don't know. But if you cannot admit that you don't know the answer to something, then there's literally nothing that I can do to teach you. If you are so stubborn and so ego-driven that you can't type the words into a chat when you're on an anonymous account, by the way, you're not even using your real name. If you can't say, I don't know, your ego is too much to be able to learn this content. It's a big waste of fucking time. I know this because I've done this for years. It's okay to not know the answer to something. It is not okay to not admit that you don't know and to dig in your heels and pretend you do know and pretend that your answer is the correct one and then try to gaslight people into believing that you gave the correct answer when you didn't give the correct answer. No, there is a right and a wrong. We hinge into reality. It's just the way it goes.
You know, I was looking at this whole field and talking in it and being on panels and in conferences about quote unquote assisted reproduction, which is, you know, about technologies to overcome infertility and third party carriers and so on. But the thing that a radical midwife said to me
what I don't understand is what they consider to be private property. Your ability to private property means bourgeois property that you can use to create privatized individual wealth that creates a hierarchy in which you have access to more stuff than other people. It seems like everything is private property. Kids, yes. Home, yes. No, not literally everything. I'm being very specific with you. I need you to listen to me. Private property means bourgeois property that you can use to amass more private wealth than other people. We are not talking about your phone. We are not talking about your computer. We're not talking about your truck. We're not talking about your pets. We're not talking about of this crystal here. We're not talking about those things. That's just stuff that is not stuff that is used to amass privatized individual wealth that gives you access to significantly more money and significantly more resources than other people. We are talking about things like home ownership, land ownership, intellectual property ownership, apartment ownership, house ownership that you rent out as a landlord, private business ownership, parental rights. That is what we're talking about. All of those things provides access to privatized individual wealth that creates economic disparities. That is the difference between the haves and the have-nots.
Day really stuck with me, which is like, whose reproduction is not assisted, right? Everybody's only here because of others. I mean, and I think more radically than that, you know, we're not. We are nothing outside of what we've been made, together, produced, co-produced, through the
parental rights gives you access to generational wealth, with property being passed down from parent to child. Like someone inherits a home, someone inherits land, someone inherits a large bank account that their grandfather left them. It also gives you access to things like healthcare, where you have access to healthcare resources that other people don't have access to because your healthcare is dependent on your family. But mostly it's the generational wealth argument. That's the big one.
Holding, the knowing, the caring of others. So, I mean, I think for me, it's true that there are, obviously the words are separable, and that's why they're in, you know, there is a productive tension between care and autonomy. But, and of course, you can also talk about the ways that care has a certain coerciveness. But I think in order to really get at
your mom's jewelry could be
the profound heart of each thing, care and autonomy, you can't separate them. You have to put them together.
If it's cheap, if it's like costume jewelry, if it's like, this is costume jewelry, okay? It might be Swarovski crystals, it might be sparkling. I paid $25 for this. This is not jewelry that's going to create privatized individual wealth. This is just something fun and sparkly, and we can wear it and love it and all that stuff. If it's like costume jewelry, that is not going to be bourgeois property. If we're talking about high jewelry that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, we're talking about diamonds and rubies and something really fucking gaudy, that you have enough money to literally buy a piece of property if you sell that jewelry, yes, the jewelry would be bourgeois property, because it's not costume jewelry, it's not cheapo jewelry, it's stuff that is actually substantial that you can use to buy property, to buy land, to buy stuff, like whatever the fuck you want.
Ever.
That I love that. And I love the phrase "we are each other's freedom," a phrase I use all the time in my work, is "we are each other."
So let's talk about this. If the whatnot purses are a $2,000 Gucci purse, then no, that's not going to be considered to be bourgeois property. I mean, it's an expensive fucking purse, but the Gucci purse isn't going to appreciate in value. If we're talking about a fucking exotic Birkin bag, which do exist on Whatnot, they do sell those things on Whatnot, those bags go for $60,000, okay? So if we're talking about a Birkin bag that like is made out of like crocodile or something, oh yeah, that's considered to be bourgeois property. You can literally sell that bag, and you can actually do this. You can literally sell that bag and buy a cheap house. It'd be a really cheap house, but like you could actually do that. You could sell a Birkin bag. Some Birkin bags go for $500,000. Or even the original Birkin bag went for $10 million at auction. So yeah, there are actually some purses that would be considered bourgeois property because they are so expensive and they are so valuable that they could actually buy you a house or buy you land.
The safety.
Mm-hmm.
No such thing as individual safety. We are each other's safety. And so that no such thing as individual freedom is a new branching thought that I will take away. I wanted to ask about that. The real thread in your work has been gestation, care, mothering, like the communization of care, and that first book, I think, Emerging from Your Thesis was called. All your books have quite punchy titles, and this one was Full Surrogacy Now, which I'd love you to just explain what you mean by that, because I don't think you mean Handmaid's Tale.
No,
No.
this is not. This is again, guys. I really need you to listen to what I'm saying, because this is not what I said. So literally anything you can sell that makes you a profit. No. I accidentally bought a bag the other day on Whatnot that I am probably going to turn around and sell and make a profit. I paid about $400 for that bag. I can probably sell that bag for minimally $1,000, probably closer to $1,500 if I really play my cards right. That bag makes me money. It makes me a profit. That does not mean that bag is bourgeois property. It's still just a fucking bag. But if I have a $60,000 Birkin bag, I can fucking sell that and buy a piece of land. That makes that bourgeois property, because it is not like, it is a much more valuable commodity where you can buy something that is a piece of bourgeois property. No one said anything that turns a profit is bourgeois property. You made that up. What is said is bourgeois property is something that allows you to amass privatized individual wealth.
No, it's true. In a weird way, it's a book about commercial gestational.
I know that some people might hear $1,000 and think like that's a huge profit. $1,000 does not create an economic disparity, guys. What creates an economic disparity is a $60,000 land purchase, in which now not only do you have access to whatever is in the bank account, you also have access to a $60,000 piece of property that is exclusive to you. $1,000 does not create an economic disparity. Tens of thousands of dollars, home ownership, land ownership, access to generational wealth, that creates the economic disparity.
Surrogacy that also isn't about commercial gestational surrogacy. It's about pregnancy. I'm most of what I say about commercial gestational surrogacy is that it's a terrible industry, right? Like everybody in a sense who writes on it, I think
that is not what
anyone
I just
sensible
said.
knows this.
No.
It's there are just endless. And
Bro, just because something increases in value does not mean it is bourgeois property. How many times do I have to explain this? Am I explaining this badly? Do people really not understand the difference between something that might increase in $1,000 increment and something that increases in $60,000 increments? Do conservatives not understand there's a difference between $1,000 and $60,000? I'm honestly asking the question because it is entirely possible that conservatives might not understand there is a difference between $1,000 and $60,000, if I'm being honest about it. Yeah, it just is one of those nights. It literally just is one of those nights. Okay, we're just going to move on.
Less opinions and columns and papers on the injustices and the exploitation and the but there's something about it that I really needed to reframe, I think, for people, which is important to me because this happens again and again in the history of radical feminist thought. When a new frontier of commodification opens up, there's a sort of danger that feminists look at it and go, "Oh my God, that's really evil," forgetting what they were saying about the present state of things, the normal so-called way that things were going before. So, the people that I think were thinking most carefully about the family form in the 1960s and 70s were saying, this is a workplace, the unwaged home, which is not to say, destroy
Thank
it.
you, W.
It's to say,
thank you.
Let's really think about what would need to change were we to move away from a capitalist mode of production and reproduction, because this
hang on, Sophie just said let's think about a way. We need to all refocus on the presentation, by the way. Sophie just said what would happen if we move away from a capitalist mode of production and a capitalist mode of reproduction. Okay, communism is not just about seizing the means of production. That is the economic part of communism. The cultural part of communism is seizing control of the means of reproduction. That means seizing control of gender and abolishing it entirely, and seizing control of the nuclear family, because the nuclear family is the literal method of reproduction of capitalism. Because when parents come together in a propertied relationship, otherwise known as marriage, they have kids within the propertied relationship of marriage. They raise the kids to believe in capitalist values and to produce good capitalist cogs in the machine that will eventually go into the world and be oppressed in capitalism. This is called social reproduction theory. It's the idea that social systems will reproduce themselves until they are disrupted. China has nothing to fucking do with this. That is what that means. The nuclear family is the means of reproduction of capitalism. Does everyone understand this? 1 in the chat if you understand what I just explained, 2 in the chat if you don't understand. Okay, let's listen again.
And a new frontier of commodification opens up. There's a sort of danger that feminists look at it and go, "Oh my God, that's really evil," forgetting what they were saying about the present state of things, the normal so-called way that things were going before. So, the people that I think were thinking most carefully about the family form in the 1960s and 70s were saying, this is a workplace, the unwaged home, which is not to say, destroy it.
Yeah.
It's to say, let's really think about what would need to change were we to move away from a capitalist mode of production and reproduction, because this site, this abode of the unwaged kitchen, the unwaged hearth, where all this caring labor is happening, is part of the whole. It's part of the capitalist economy. And so let's make sure we're politicizing that and thinking about how it might be otherwise. Then when you suddenly get an industry in which people's uteruses are working for a wage, the danger is that you go, oh, that's the ultimate problem, and we should keep the thing that we were criticizing a second ago and defend it against the new frontier.
Do you think that's a move that some other feminists are making?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, absolutely, right? Loads and loads and loads of people call themselves radical feminists when what I would call them is a sort of cultural feminism that actually basically becomes extremely conservative.
Cultural feminism that is not fundamentally anti-capitalist, is not considered to be real feminism. That is literally the topic of Sophie's last book, what she's talking about right now. Feminism is really conservative. She's talking about TERFs. She's talking about people who are standing up for women's sports. She's talking about feminism that is not fundamentally anti-capitalist. Those are considered to be enemy feminisms, according to her. W's in the chat again. Chilago just sprinkling out those channel memberships. I gotta get the banner back up. Got to get the banner back up. Got to add one though. Guys, we are 53 channel memberships away from the goal. If you want to see me yell less on let me clue you guys into something. Like, fun fact. If we meet the channel membership goal, I tend to yell a lot less. I tend to be in a much better mood when we meet the channel membership goal. When we meet the channel membership goal, not only will I stop asking you for money, I will also yell significantly less. So if like 10 or 11 people want to donate 5 channel memberships, we could just knock this goal out right now. If everyone in the chat just donated 1 channel membership, we would knock this goal out right now, and then I wouldn't yell for the whole rest of the stream unless you said something really stupid and really retarded, and then I would yell. But what does who stand for? Are you talking about me or are you talking about her? She is a queer communist.
Ending what was there before the evil intrusion of technological capitalist innovation of the last 40 years. To be clear, just to repeat, I'm very much not sort of like, oh, great, womb farms in not at all. What I think is really important though is that we don't make the move.
Okay, bro. Okay. Guess what? This is an IQ test. No one tell him. This is an IQ test. Let's see if you're smart enough to be here. We got a chat over on Rumble with a question. Let me just pull it over here so I can actually read it. If the home is unpaid labor and they want to do away with monetary capitalism, then when that occurs and we go to work for food or shelter, how is that different from how we operate now with home? Well, there's no money in the Marxist utopia. You don't own your home in the Marxist utopia. Everything is provided for you in the Marxist utopia. Your food is provided for you. Your shelter is provided for you. And if you don't go do the work that they assign you to do, you don't eat. That's how it's different.
Of disconnecting this from what we ourselves are part of. Our struggles are literally connected. This is a line that activists like to say, but it's extremely important to think about and believe and understand.
Oh no! Oh no, guys! Oh no! We got a retard in the chat. Excuse me. It looks like you failed the IQ on your first attack, bro. I'm very sorry. We have a high IQ community here. We don't have a low IQ community. Even though someone gifted you a channel membership, it has gone to waste because you are no longer welcome here. Permanent ban in the chat. Go away.
What someone is doing, when they are doing gestation, doing pregnancy, it is not actually different in and of itself when they're doing it in a home in London or a clinical dormitory in Gujarat. The baby will end up, being kept or being given to someone else, and there will be a wage for one of them and none for the other. Perhaps a social wage, child benefits, and so on. But the thing that's really important to understand is that babies don't actually, belong as property to the people who gestate them. There's a beautiful sort of say.
Babies do not belong as property to the person who gestates them. When I say that communists believe that parental rights are a form of private property ownership, what I mean is communists believe that parental rights are a form of private property ownership. No one said that. Stop making shit up. And that all the children are but little adults that can make all their own decisions, and all the children belong to everyone, and that everyone in the community should have a part in raising the children. There shouldn't be parental rights because parental rights are a form of private property and act as a form of property relationship with the people who gestated the children, when in fact the children should belong to everyone in the community. Again, thank you, Sophie.
And there will be a wage for one of them and none for the other, perhaps a social wage, child child benefits, and so on. But the thing that's really important to understand is that babies don't actually, belong as property to the people who gestate them. The beautiful sort of sacred thing about new human beings is that they really are as much strangers as they are sort of the entangled creatures of our flesh.
I didn't say W to Cynthia because Sophie was getting to the good part, but I do just want to listen to this again so that people can really hear this and really understand this. Sophie believes that as long as parental rights exist, children are the property of their parents. Sophie does not believe that children should be the property of the parents. She believes that that is a form of capitalism and that everyone should belong to everyone else. See, you got to watch more of my content because they say this shit all the time in my content. They say this shit in like every single Abolish the Family presentation we watch. Conservatives do not show this content to their audience, which is why you have never seen it. They say this shit all the time. No one's making shit up here. This is what they believe. They are very consistent about what they believe. It's you who doesn't understand what they believe. That's why you think it's not consistent. Listen. The retards are really freaking out right now, aren't they?
And none for the other, perhaps a social wage, child benefits, and so on. But the thing that's really important to understand is that babies don't actually, belong as property to the people who gestate them. The beautiful sort of sacred thing about new human beings is that they really are as much strangers as they are sort of the entangled creatures of our flesh. They are in terms of our body's logic too, there's nothing at all about the genetics of a fetus that makes it easier to gestate if it's got your DNA involved than I think it's kind of important not to fall into this.
There's nothing about the genetics of the fetus. Okay, Lynn, I need you to stop. Lynn, I need you to pay very close attention to this instructional video, please. I need you to pay very close attention. Are you watching? Are you listening?
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
Lynn, I need you to be quiet and I need you to listen to what's going on. That is literally the only way you're going to learn. Sophie just said there is nothing special about the genetics of the fetus that make it easier to gestate with someone of the same genetics or with someone of different genetics. She's talking about surrogacy. How do you guys think they want to have kids in the Marxist utopia if there are no parental rights?
Logic too. There's nothing at all about the genetics of a fetus that makes it easier to gestate if it's got your DNA involved than I think it's kind of important not to fall into this fantasy that there is something profound about surrogacy that is really different from what it is to make human beings in a natural, normal way. It's just not actually accurate.
Yeah.
And the bioclinicians and the capitalists want us to think that there's something, profoundly different about the two because they make money off the difference, because they can basically sell people parenthood rights.
The only reason that we have parental rights is because the capitalists can make a profit off of having parental rights. That's what Sophie just said. Hey, Jay Stray over on Rumble. Karlyn, do they believe children are slaves to their parents in a capitalist society? Yeah, actually, basically, yes. They believe that parental rights are a form of property ownership in the same way that owners, like slave owners, own slaves. Parents own children. Sophie's actually working on a book right now about child's liberation or children's liberation, liberation from parental rights, liberation from the ownership of the parent, liberation from the capitalist society. Exactly. Good question. Listen again. We're listening to this a lot because I think people really need to hear this part. For all the new people, especially that have never watched Abolish the Family content with me. This is the real shit, guys. Every time I tell you, okay, listen, let me ask you guys this. One in the chat, if you did not believe me before today, that it is so much worse than conservative retards on Twitter tell you it is. 2 in the chat, if you totally believed me, but you hadn't yet seen the evidence. 1 in the chat, if every time I said, it's way worse than you fucking think it is, this has nothing to do with the age of consent, don't be a retard. 1 in the chat, if I said, every time I said, it's way worse than you think it is, you were like, oh, no, I know everything. Everyone's already told us everything. And I said, oh, you just hang on to your hat because no, they haven't told you a lot of stuff. 2 in the chat, if you believed me, but you just hadn't seen it before. 3 in the chat, if you already believed me and you already saw all the evidence and you knew I was telling the truth. Yeah. Every time I tried to tell people, every time I scream at conservatives over the fact that they're misinformed by their own influencers over and over and over again, it's because, guys, if you have not been here and you haven't been watching this Abolish the Family content with me for years, we've been watching this content for years. I've been tracking Sophie since 2022. Okay? We hear them say this all the time. This is not uncommon. I knew this was going to come up in this presentation. Why? I've listened to Sophie for 4 years. Conservative pundits and commentators and journalists, they refuse to show this to their audiences. And so when I say it's so much worse than you guys think it is, this is what I'm talking about. The entire discussion around parental rights is not fully understood. The entire discussion around parental rights comes from the fact that communists and socialists believe that parental rights is a form of private property under capitalism that they want to abolish in their communist utopia to create a world in which everyone belongs to everyone else, in which you are having all the children via surrogacy or via biobags, cloning children, just like in The Giver, just like in Brave New World, just like in Logan's Run, just like in every fucking dystopian movie where there are no biological parents, there are no biological families. This is a real thing. This is real. People actually want to do this. W's in the chat for Sandy coming in with 5 gifted channel memberships. Really appreciate it, Sandy. Thank you so much. Let's add that to our total. We are inching our way ever so slowly to our goal for tonight. We got Old Sub in with a super chat. Thank you, Old Sub. Newbies. We do this training so we can understand how the left thinks. If we understand how they think, we can actively counter them. We do not agree with them. If you listen, you will learn. We don't debunk. That is exactly right, Old Sub Sailor. Really appreciate you, bro. What a fucking legend. Okay, listen again. I'm rewinding this so that people can really understand what this sounds like.
Child child benefits and so on. But the thing that's really important to understand is that babies don't actually, belong as property to the people who gestate them. The beautiful sort of sacred thing about new human beings is that they really are as much strangers as they are sort of the entangled creatures of our flesh. They are, in terms of our body's logic too, there's nothing at all about the genetics of a fetus that makes it easier to gestate if it's got your DNA involved, then I think it's kind of important not to fall into this fantasy that there is something profound about surrogacy that is really different from what it is to make human beings in the natural, normal way. It's just not actually accurate.
Yeah.
And the bioclinicians and the capitalists want us to think that there's something, profoundly different about the two because they make money off the difference, because they can basically sell people parenthood rights, or as they also want to sort of put it, like babies, basically, through this industry.
So currently, surrogacy is a form of capitalism because they are literally selling people parental rights. But under communism, people need to listen to what I'm about to say because this is an important point, okay? Under communism, surrogacy would not be because of capitalism. Surrogacy would be to support the communist utopia. So all of a sudden, something that was done for profit, surrogacy being done for profit to serve the capitalist system, all of a sudden doing exactly the same thing to serve the communist utopia, to uphold the utopian society, to uphold and create a society without property relationship of parental rights. All of a sudden, surrogacy becomes an asset to the communist utopia because surrogacy is not being done as a form of profit. The capitalism has been removed. Sophie's problem is not with surrogacy. I have heard her and Emmy O'Brien talk about how to use surrogacy to create a world without parental rights. Her problem is not with surrogacy. Her problem is with the capitalist profit motive that is currently driving the surrogacy industry. Does everyone understand what I just said? Okay. It sounds like Sophie has a problem with surrogacy, but she does not have a problem with surrogacy. Surrogacy is part of their plan to create a communist utopia that is free of all parental rights. Her problem is with capitalism. Her problem is with the property motive. Okay.
But I think that the potential for solidarity between people who, manufacture new human beings across the waged and unwaged divide is.
Hang on. We got a question. Okay. Do they see volunteer surrogates having all babies for surrogacy? They haven't discussed that. I don't think that they know how that would work. So I don't think that they know. I don't think that we're not talking about Handmaid's Tale. We're not talking about people being raped. They have not. I have not heard them talk about that. So I don't know. You're debunking. We don't do. Oh, that's not you. That's not you. You are debunking. We don't debunk here. So, well, their system can't support people at scale. That doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't fucking matter. That's a debunk. Don't do that. That gets in the way of you learning. Yes, surrogacy would be considered in service to the collectivist utopian good in their future communist utopia. That is exactly right. So therefore, again, it's not the surrogacy they have a problem with. It's the capitalism and the property motive that they have a problem with that they are currently associating with surrogacy. Listen again.
Beings in the natural, normal way. It's just not actually accurate.
Yeah.
And the bioclinicians and the capitalists want us to think that there's something, profoundly different about the two because they make money off the difference, because they can basically sell people parenthood rights.
Yes, but so would people be able to have the kids in their own communist utopia? Yeah, you could still have kids if you wanted to have kids, but you would not be the sole parent of those kids. Just because you have kids in their communist utopia does not mean that you are the sole parent, because parental rights would not exist. The child would be raised by the community. The child would have multiple sets of parents. Everyone in the community would be responsible for raising that child. So you can biologically have a child, but it's not going to be your child. It's going to be everyone's child.
Or, or as they also want to sort of put it, like babies, basically, through this industry. But I think that the potential for solidarity between people who, manufacture new human beings across the waged and unwaged divide is I know it's very vertiginous, it's scary, but people have always been
no, it's not the DSA. If it was the DSA, the questions would be far smarter, I promise you. The DSA has no idea how to talk like retard conservatives. We're seeing retard conservatives. That's all we're seeing.
Relating to babies as something that we must all respond to, take care of, mother and parent, right? James Baldwin has been much quoted in the context of the genocide of Palestinians, because Gaza and is one of the places on earth that is most full of children. It's the youngest population. It's all children. It's half children, and James Baldwin I've seen quoted all over every movement in solidarity with Palestinians. That he said the children are all ours. Every one of them. But a million different people have.
All the Palestinian children are ours. Every one of the Palestinian children are our children. That's how they think, guys. It's not just the Palestinians either.
And is one of the places on earth that is most full of children. It's the youngest population. It's all children. It's half children, And James Baldwin I've seen quoted all over every movement in solidarity with Palestinians. That he said the children are all ours. Every one of them. But a million different people have expressed this sentiment a different way. If we really don't have any critique of the idea that a baby is the property of their parents, I don't think we can actually fight surrogacy as an industry effectively, because we're in on the hook too. We the people not involved who would never, because we all
again surrogacy being an industry that is driven by the profit motive. Surrogacy being an industry that literally sells parental rights. If we stop treating children as a form of as long as we treat children as a form of property, we cannot fight the surrogacy industry, which is selling parental rights.
Genocide of Palestinians. Because Gaza and is one of the places on earth that is most full of children. It's the youngest population. It's all children. It's half children. And James Baldwin I've seen quoted all over every movement in solidarity with Palestinians. That he said the children are all ours. Every one of them. But a million different people have expressed this sentiment a different way. If we really don't have any critique of the idea that a baby is the property of their parents, I don't think we can actually fight surrogacy as an industry effectively, because we're in on the hook too. We the people not involved who would never. Because we already have a kind of property relation vis-a-vis children, and it's called the patriarchal or capitalist private family. That's the problem. I mean, that's the sort of bad news thing, but it's also.
This is why we watch Sophie, guys. This is why we love Sophie, because just when you think a Sophie quote has gotten as good as it's going to get, Sophie just keeps talking, and she just keeps saying more things. And the quote just keeps getting better and better and better and better and more descriptive. Again, Sophie, please explain.
James Baldwin I've seen quoted all over every movement in solidarity with Palestinians. That he said the children are all ours. Every one of them. But a million different people have expressed this sentiment a different way. if we really don't have any critique of the idea that a baby is the property of their parents, I don't think we can actually fight surrogacy as an industry effectively, because we're in on the hook too. We, the people not involved, who would never, because we already have a kind of property relation vis-a-vis children, and it's called the patriarchal or capitalist private family. That's the problem. I mean, that's the sort of bad news thing, but it's also kind of good news, because it means that we can be in political struggle together with waged gestational laborers, surrogates, and we can reinvent this whole thing. There's something about the surrogacy industry that kind of inconveniently reveals something about how humans are made, how the sausage of natural parenthood is made. That I think is quite uncomfortable. But if we were brave enough to kind of squint through it in a utopian way, I think we might be able to think, wow, what if we all helped one another where baby making was concerned, and we recognize the sort of truth that people who know children often do know.
What if we all helped each other as far as baby making is concerned?
I think we might be able to think, wow, what if we all helped one another where baby making was concerned, and we recognize the sort of truth that people who know children often do know instinctively, which is that they belong to all of us perhaps, but they belong to no one but themselves.
Lots of your writing has left
fucking peak Sophie, man. Children belong to all of us, but they belong to themselves. That means children are but little adults, and they should not be owned by their parents vis-a-vis parental rights. Again, Soph?
But if we were brave enough to kind of squint through it in a utopian way, I think we might be able to think, wow, what if we all helped one another where baby making was concerned, and we recognize the sort of truth that people who know children often do know instinctively, which is that they belong to all of us perhaps, but they belong to no one but themselves.
Lots of your writing has left sort of fizzy plain trails in my...
You're not following. This doesn't fucking matter. In their world, that doesn't happen, and that's all that matters. Will women want to have children when the motivation and payoff is to sustain the utopia? I don't fucking know. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Does anyone else have any other questions that they would like to get out of their system right now? Now I'm stopping the stream. Now is your opportunity to ask questions. This is what I've been trying to figure out. Would the monogamous relationships not be allowed? No, guys, it's not as though they're going to prohibit you from having a monogamous relationship, but marriage... The institution of marriage is considered to be a propertied relationship. The institution of marriage will not exist because marriage is considered to be a propertied relationship. If you just want to be exclusive with someone and not fuck anyone else, you can do whatever the fuck you want. They are never going to prevent you from having a monogamous relationship if you want that. However, many people will not be in monogamous relationships. There will be polycules. They have queered the relationship. There will be multiple people in different relationships living in the same household underneath the same roof. And that's all voluntary. What they will do, though, is they will get rid of the propertied institution of marriage, because marriage creates the system that reproduces capitalism. Does everyone understand? The left never wanted gay marriage to be legalized in the first place. Queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized in the first place. They literally... Excuse me, listen to the first part of this, please. Listen.
I don't want to get married. I don't want to be just like
That's a Queer Marxist song. Queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized in the first place. Queer Marxists fought against gay marriage being legalized. It wasn't the entire left that legalized gay marriage. It was liberals and Democrats that legalized gay marriage. They did so while fighting with revolutionary communists and queer Marxists who never wanted gay marriage to be legalized in the first place. This is why getting rid of gay marriage would be one of the stupidest things that conservatives have ever done in the history of retardation, because if they get rid of gay marriage, you hand the radical queer Marxist left, who never wanted gay marriage to exist in the first place, you hand them a massive fucking W. If conservatives ever repeal gay marriage, it will lead to the destruction of the nuclear family. I'm going to say that again. If conservative retards, because they do not understand the history of this, they do not understand the evolution of this, they do not understand what the left believes. If conservative retards ever repeal gay marriage, it will lead to the destruction of the nuclear family, because you will instantly radicalize everyone that just wants gay people to be able to get married and assimilate to capitalist society. Gay marriage equals assimilation to capitalism. You don't have to like gay people. You don't have to support gay people. But the fact of the matter is that if you fucking touch gay marriage because of your fragile Christian sensibilities, and I'm not talking to you, dumb phone, I'm just saying in general, it will single-handedly lead to the destruction of the nuclear family, because it will instantly radicalize everyone whose capitalist family you just took away. Welcome to the channel, Glow in the Dark. We appreciate it. Welcome to the cult, bro. Getting closer to our goal. Getting close. Guys, if I've taught you something that you didn't know in this stream, please feel free to show your gratitude by donating some channel memberships. Help us get to our channel membership goal. This has nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that at all. Does anyone else have questions? Yes, this is why understanding the groups on the left are so important. Aha! Aha! Yeah, well, it's not fucking relevant in my classroom. And when I tell you something is not fucking relevant, the answer is not to whine and complain. It's to literally shut the fuck up. Feminist to Sophie Lewis means anti-capitalist. Okay, well, then you need to formulate a question. Use your words and formulate a question if you don't understand.
Head as I try and like orient myself around some really, really thought-provoking ideas. And the kind of logical outflow of that first book was Abolish the Family, which is this fuller expression of what that utopian, if we squint, world might look like. And very much correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the impression that you really do mean that title in a much more literal sense. Yep. And if so, what do you mean by abolishing the family?
Mm-hmm. I mean, okay. I can answer it two ways. I won't do the frustrating thing first. I'll say that what I mean is that people would be much happier living much more collectively in a post-capitalist society, liberated from the work form. Not to say we wouldn't labor for one another, but we wouldn't be laboring for value. And
can I put out a new dictionary for this? I'm literally working on it, bro. I'm literally working on it. I'm working very diligently on it. I just don't have it done yet, but I am working on it.
Our ability to care for one another would become the logical center of our society. Currently, we have a very fundamental priority of accumulation over care. And care is in the service of accumulation, really. That the family is in a sense a technology of work. It provides the workers for for capitalism to
One of the ways in which the nuclear family reproduces capitalism is that women do the unpaid labor of having and raising the children within the nuclear family with capitalist values. Those children then go into the capitalist system and replace the workers who are retiring or dying or things like that. So in that sense, it's not just a social and cultural reproduction of capitalism. It is actually an economic reproduction of capitalism, because the children are the future oppressed workers in the capitalist system after they've been raised with capitalist values. Does everyone understand that? Listen.
We have a very fundamental priority of accumulation over care. And, care is in the service of accumulation, really. That the family is, in a sense, a technology of work. It provides the workers for, for capitalism to expand through. But in a, a commune-based society, there is no surplus value imperative.
Yes, this is exactly correct. In capitalism, parents are providing workers for free to the capitalist system in order to reproduce capitalism. Correct, Grim. Well done.
To steal all of our sociality and all of our loving from us, and we get to decide what it is that really matters to us. And the thing,
okay, I know we're pausing a lot, but this is a really difficult topic for people. If you don't understand it on your first go through of Abolish the Family Communism, I'm trying to go real slow and listen to things over and over and over again that are relevant. But if you don't understand it the first time, that's okay. This is a big topic. It's a dystopian topic. It's something different than you've probably ever heard before in your life. It is a lot to wrap your head around. If you don't understand something the first time you watch this, that's okay. Just listen to it and just try to let it sink in. You'll learn a little bit more next time, and the time after that, and the time after that. We watch Abolish the Family stuff all the time. So if you don't get it this first round, just know that most people have not gotten it the first time. I've been watching Sophie for 4 years. That's why I know this. I know you're trying. That's why I'm telling you that sometimes you can't learn everything in the first round because it's too much information. And if you're struggling, it's okay that you don't understand everything. Just sit back and listen and allow yourself time to learn. That's what I'm saying.
Relations that we think of as, familial today would have a chance to discover themselves and actualize themselves. I think I envision larger sorts of compounds, perhaps, things that buildings that involve leisure and collective eating, collective functions like laundry and all of this, and play. And
they don't want you to have a private washer dryer in your house either, by the way.
Active eating, collective functions like laundry and all of this, and play. And I think there are plenty of compelling visions to this effect. There's Emmy O'Brien's, there's Iman Abdelhadi's, there's Charles Fourier going back 200 years. But I mean, I also want to be clear that, and I'm sorry if this is annoying, but I think it's so important.
It's quite difficult to annoy me, and you're nowhere close.
So abolish does mean do away with. It certainly does. But I insist on this word. Partly because even though it's understood as destroy by fire. It means the opposite. It means the opposite. And I'm just stubbornly insisting on this, and I'm trying to write as much as possible in everything I write about what abolition actually means. And it's this word that has a very, very rich tradition of meaning, you know, positively supersede. And how do you abolish something? It's paradoxical. It's the opposite of what people think. You actually pay attention to what is valuable about the thing.
No. We do not do this here. We do not do this conservative bullshit here. They're sick, twisted losers. Well, they're winning and you're losing. Patriotic revolution. They're winning, you're losing. So what does it say about you that you are losing significantly to sick, twisted losers? Every single conversation that has happened around parental rights over the past several years stems from this ideology. Those conversations would not be happening if they weren't winning. Those conversations would not be happening if they didn't control the public schools. Those conversations would not be happening if they weren't teaching everything that I'm teaching you right now to your little darlings in public schools that you send them to. So you can try to dismiss them as the sick, twisted losers. Okay, well, they're winning, you're losing. So what does that say about you?
What is it that has purchase on us? What is it that is actually being provisioned? What need is actually being met by this thing that could be and must be, should be so much better? You know, so in the context of prisons, it's kind of
and by the way, guys, all this stuff has been happening for decades and decades and decades, and the reason that nothing has been done about it is because conservative retards dismiss these people as sick, twisted losers. No, I didn't miss your point. You miss mine. You miss mine. Now you're going to answer my fucking question. What does it say about you that you are losing to sick, twisted losers? I didn't miss your point. You missed mine. I am the teacher. You are the student. There is a hierarchy here. I'm on the top. You're on the fucking bottom. You are in my classroom. What does it say? You are answering the fucking question. What does it say about you that you are losing to sick, twisted losers? Maybe not dismissing them as sick, twisted losers would be a good first step. Because do you know why these people are winning and you are losing? Because people like you have been dismissing these people as sick, twisted losers for decades and decades and decades and decades and decades. These people are winning and you are losing because these people have been allowed to operate completely in the open with no opposition. So stop dismissing them.
Easy. We've already used language like this, and Elizabeth, you were doing it yourself. You know, what was it? We are each other's, you know,
safety.
Right. Abolitionists always say, you know, we keep each other safe. We are each other's safety. We are each other's freedom.
We keep each other safe.
The abolitionist approach to the prison industrial complex is to say, look, we really do have. It works. It gets our consent because we have this profound need for safety. Now, let's start there and look at what the thing is doing. Is it meeting that need? Is it working? And what would actually meet our need? And the strange thing about the concept is that because you start with the real part, the part that is that needs to be dignified, you're sort of turning the whole thing inside out. So, you know, instead of a prison industrial complex, you'd have whatever the sort of, you know, opposite of that is, a series of community relationships and infrastructures that
rehabilitation, non-industrial complex.
Yeah. And so, you know, and it sounds like it couldn't possibly apply to chattel slavery, but actually, when you read the historians and the philosophers about this concept abolition, you realize that, you know, and we're very distant from this, so it seems really weird, but slavery was part of a humanism. It was an idea of how things should be ordered and how we should be in relation with one another in order to realize Enlightenment values of the human. And plenty of people defended slavery on that basis, right? It was a very fundamental idea about capitalist society that we should, in a way, take care of certain populations in this way by owning them. And so abolition of slavery is not just certain figures like Abraham Lincoln saying, we will no longer do that anymore. On the contrary, it is the process by which the people commodified, dehumanized, rise from below and say, nice humanism you got there, bro. Be ashamed if someone were to actually start actualizing it and showing the contradictions of it. So by working with the thing that was actually okay and decent about Enlightenment humanism, the idea that all men are brothers. That's the part that actually the enslaved themselves are going, that not bad. What about
sounds good?
What about if we actually did it though? What about if we started moving towards a humanism worthy of the name? Right. And that's how you abolish slavery, not by sort of, passing laws that, but by turning the logic of the slave society inside out. And I think with the family, it's a similar thing. You look at what family promises humanity, and it's so profound, right? The ideal of family is actually genuinely, it's utopian in the negative sense. It's like
Old Sub in with the super chat. Thanks, Old Sub. Newbie Graham number 2. You will not understand all the concepts in one night. Baseline knowledge can be found at the link below. Complete training under education. You rock, bro. I really do appreciate that. Thanks so much. You can also find that at Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. No, they don't believe in marriage. They never did. Marriage is a form of propertied relationship in which one person is the property of the other person. They do not believe in that. Queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized. They don't even believe in gay marriage. They never wanted it legalized. Marriage means assimilation to capitalist culture. Cynthia, thanks for the $20. I can't count the times I was told that will never happen. No one will go along with that. No one will tolerate that. Yet I warned people about this for decades, and I know, Cynthia, I fucking know. I know. I get told every time, that'll never happen. That's stupid. The left is stupid. They're stupid if they think that's going to happen. And then lo and behold, it starts happening. Lo and behold. Do you want to know why kids are being transed at school without their parents' consent? This right here. Do you want to know what would have prevented kids from being transed at school without their parents' consent if conservatives had listened to these people 20, 30 years ago and actually done something about it? But conservatives said, it'll blow over. They're just Democrats because they're young, and they'll be conservatives when they're older. They'll grow out of it when they get a job. That's why we are where we are, because conservatives ignored this problem and it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And now it is what it is.
You will be, automatically held unknown
and
by those who are
like a pussy. Yes,
non-contingently bound to you.
Yeah.
The fantasy that blood is thicker than water automatically. That would be really nice. It would feel really nice. I happen to think it's actually nicer, although more dizzying, to recognize what anthropologists have always recognized, which is that blood is made, or kinship is made. It's always made. There's no automatic thing that creates a relation of care. Sure, there are like hormones and all kinds of cool things that go on between people, including fetuses that come out of our bodies and recognize our smells and have all sorts of chemical resonances. Sure. There are, we are literally made of one another. We are one another's makers. But there is nothing about, the fantasy we have about genetics or the blood metaphor that comes from it that connects us. It is labor, it is action, and that's a bit more scary because it sounds like something you can depend on less reliably, but once you take the leap of recognizing that we that it's always non-contingent. It's always contingent. Excuse me. And that the fantasy of family is something that holds holds humanity back from knowing this red love that is our birthright. You start to find glimpses of the abolitionist approach to care all around you. And going back to the beginning, what you asked me, I mean, that's what really makes me feel I'm in the presence of the sacred, when people recognize one another as, if you like, kin across greater distances. When the hospitality we owe to the stranger, the hospitality we also owe to those we think of as our own, right? The really profound duty we have to be curious towards those we think of as closest, right? Like nobody it belongs to you.
Yup. This is where the term birthing person comes from. They call it birthing person rather than woman because they want to eliminate gender entirely. They believe gender is a social construct created by capitalism based on your reproductive ability. People with reproductive ability, or birthing people, were relegated to the oppressed class and put in the home where they did the unpaid labor of having and raising the children that reproduce capitalist society. People without reproductive ability went into the workplace where they had all the power and all the money, and therefore oppressed the people who were doing the unpaid labor in the home of reproducing the capitalist system. Well done. Moon Goddess is learning.
That way that you might not be totally surprised by who they actually are, right? That goes back to parenting and children too.
Man, so this is like, it's so challenging, right? Like the
Yep.
The whole phrase abolish family is challenging, and you've spent years promoting this book, so you know the associations, that it sounds like family separations. In fact, it sounds like people aren't allowed to love each other. It sounds like the kind of Stalinist deliberate attempt to loosen family ties, although I went reading about that and I was like, I can't even get a clear picture about what happened.
Stalin was massively pro-family. Stalin was the biggest family values guy.
Okay, so this is why I'm like, this thing I
don't
picked
like
up,
Stalin.
put a big asterisk by it. Asterisk. I read my kids asterisks also. But so yeah, I think I'm going to be thinking about your work for a long time, because there are so many.
I mean, I have no idea. Why do you think I yell on the internet? I truly have no fucking idea. I tried to reason with conservatives for years. They didn't want to be reasoned with. I tried to show them the direct evidence. They didn't want to fucking look at it. I've shared all this content with all the different influencers before. They don't give a fuck. And so now I relegate myself to my YouTube channel in my little slice of the internet, where I yell at people until they start to understand. And I have found, unironically, that yelling and bullying is literally the only way to get through to conservatives. And no offense to conservatives, but I have literally found that the only way to get through their thick fucking skulls is to yell at them and berate them and bully them until they literally shut the fuck up and stop like inundating my chat with bullshit and actually start listening to what they're saying. So, bullying, I think we need to make bullying great again. I think that this is why everyone in the chat that gets this, that's been watching my content, this is why they all call people retards. It's not just because I call everyone a retard. It's that we have actually learned that bullying is the very best way to get people to shut the fuck up and listen. They either go away and they start reading somewhere else about nonsensical bullshit things, or they shut the fuck up and listen. So I don't know. If you figure out a better way to do it, you let me know, because yelling and bullying and berating has been the only successful strategy that I've tried for years. And I tried to be nice, and people say to me all the time, Karlyn, if you were just more nice, more people would. No, that's not true. I was very nice for years and years and years. They didn't listen to shit. These are not fucking progressives. Only retards think we're watching progressives.
like so many of the phrases you use, I'm like, I could have written that, right? Like when you said, I have this phrase, we are made for each other and we are made by each other. And you have this thing like, we are the makers of each other and we should start acting like it. We are just like, I'm an increasingly fundamentalist communitarian. The centrality of relationship is so key. And then there's all these other things that I have different intuitions about. But what I was thinking about when you were speaking there is the other place I find equally challenging about the family.
All right. Hey, guess what? You just said something. Let me give you guys an example of something that is just so fucking retarded that I think I need to deport you from my channel. Listen, this person has literally been here the entire stream and now they're asking me if I'm a progressive. One in the chat if this person is just too fucking stupid to be on this channel. 2 in the chat if he should stay. 1 in the chat if this person is too stupid to be on this channel any longer. 2 in the chat if he should stay. The community will decide whether or not you get deported from the chat, bro. 1 for deport, 2 for he can stay and continue to take of your resources without providing any value in return. Yep, 1. Sorry, deportation. Go away. Goodbye. Oh, you weren't talking to me? Well, it doesn't fucking matter. Go away.
Jesus. And when he says, basically the biological family are knocking on the door, and he's like, no, this is my family, right? The sort of Christian family values thing is a very bizarre inversion of the vision of the New Testament, which is actually something different. And there's obviously quite a long history about the overlap between Christianity and Marxism, but
yeah, I know, right?
I'm going to have to go and sit with and digest the sense that when you say comrades not kin or comradeliness, comradeliness? How do I just say that word out loud before? Comradeliness and mumrades. Mumrades. I feel like an idiot.
SS Kennedy over on Rumble with the super chat. Really do appreciate that. When Sophie says that passing laws to create change doesn't work and creating alienation structures is the solution, or creating alternate structures is the solution, is she talking about revolution? Yes, she is. Yup, exactly. Laws support the capitalist system. Laws are supporting capitalism. Alternative structures are structures created outside of the capitalist system. Well done, SS Kennedy. Thanks so much for the Rumble rant. That is exactly correct.
Yes. And I'm like, oh, wait a second here. That there is something in my own theological tradition that is sounding a not dissimilar note. That I'm also like instinctively, oh, that feels potentially hostile. Like, and then I run it through all the things that you write about, which is about the fact that I had a very powerful experience of a loving family of origin, right? And I am now part of, interestingly enough, a kind of biological family unit within a larger community house. So we are doing this, we're sort of running both experiments alongside, and I get the benefit of both, right? Like we are the parents, and do I think I own them? I don't know, but I'm certainly like the one taking responsibility for them. But I have so much support, which makes it possible. That was not a coherent question. It was a bunch of responses.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, I mean, sure. Well, there are different pieces. Let me see what's most useful with our limited time. I mean, I understand the weird sort of, the word comrade or comrade. I mean, does that evoke Stalinism in people's minds? If so, I'm just as against it as anybody else. I think we lack, honestly, good words for the ways that relating could showcase our humanity most spectacularly, right? I mean, I think if I want to say to someone, if I were to be in a situation with you where you just tug on my heartstrings and I think, my God, what a person, I might say to you, well, okay, it wouldn't happen very soon probably, but I'd be like, your family to me, I'm your sister. I'm your, we use language of kinship to say to one another, wow, you know, I am committed to you, I'm pledged to you, you're my sister from another miss, you're my
So there is actually a class. Holy shit, Goro. I'll get to that in a second, but holy shit. There is actually a class we took way back in, like, this is early Socialism Saturday. There is a 3-part class about how to be a good comrade, in which they go into detail and explain the components of what it means to be a comrade, what it means to be in solidarity, like all the different responsibilities of a comrade. We do need to go back and watch that class. It's like 6 hours long or something fucking crazy. But we definitely need to watch that class again at some point. Okay to take a little break, Moon Goddess. You've done really well today. Goro in with the $100 Rumble rant. And I'm struggling. Like, listen, man, I'm going to take all these super chats and Rumble rants, and I'm really going to appreciate them. Can I just point out that we're still 42 channel memberships shy of the goal, though, because the channel membership goal is actually important. And so if you guys, I appreciate all of the super chats. I love you guys. You guys are the fucking best. I have the best community on the internet. Can we work on, if I've taught you something new today, can you just donate a channel membership so that we can meet that channel membership goal? If I've shown you content already today, and we aren't even done this, if I've shown you content and explained concepts that literally no one else has ever shown you and no one else has ever explained to you, please consider donating a channel membership. You can donate 5, you can donate 10, you can donate 50, however many you want. Cynthia's donating 5 W's to Cynthia. Appreciate that. But Goro is in with the $100 Rumble rant. And I appreciate that, bro. You are a fucking rock star and a legend. Goro says, one can be conservative, but one must adhere to facts and truly understand their ideology. You have a rare approach and expertise to do it. Thank you for your service. I appreciate that very much, Goro. I'm going to take a picture of that and tweet it. I wish I could display it on my screen. Sadly, Rumble sucks and they won't integrate with YouTube. Oh, yo, Goro also gifted 5 channel memberships. How the fuck did I miss that Goro gifted 5 channel memberships? Oh, he just did it. Like a fucking legend. Goro follows up the $100 super chat with another 5 gifted channel memberships. Holy shit. All right, we're getting closer. SS Kennedy, W's to SS Kennedy on Rumble. Rumble's getting in on the channel membership action now. We're up to 173. Guys, no one else on the internet is showing you this shit. No one else on the internet is taking 4 hours out of their schedule on a Saturday to break all this stuff down for you guys. We got W's in the chat for Melissa with a single channel membership. Thank you so much, Melissa. We got another $5 from Cynthia, the queen, the legend. Thank you, Cynthia, for that. All right, now we're making some progress. Thanks for clearing that up. I appreciate that, Debbie. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's see. We're up to 179. We're getting so close, guys. We're getting so close. All right. Well, keep them coming in. I hope we meet that goal before the end of the night. We still got a bunch of stuff to go, though, so...
And that's not something that's not somehow on my tongue. I just really resonate with those of us who sit with it. So my friend Tiffany King reflects beautifully on how much she loves her family. And this is in the context of a diasporic,
Melissa getting one for herself. Welcome, Melissa.
Black, American family. And she talks about how sacred the practices of, Black kin-making and family are to her, and actually finds a way through that reflection to family abolitionism, which is exactly kind of what I'm always suggesting, that you actually start by the love of your family to get there, which is counterintuitive to people. But Tiffany makes it really clear that if you think through what the people in your family deserve based on your love of them, you get somewhere quite abolitionist, that like love takes us there because of the way that
okay, here is the argument that Sophie is making. If you love your family members, you want to abolish the family, Because if you love your family members, you want them to have access to more resources than they can have access to as long as the nuclear family exists. So let me give this a practical example. If you love your family members, then you need to abolish the nuclear family, because abolishing the nuclear family is the only way to create universal health care where everyone can have access to all the health care they need, to include abortions on demand, to include trans surgery on demand for kids to include psychiatry and drugs and all this stuff, to include literally every healthcare service. The only way to get to universal healthcare is to overthrow capitalism. Capitalism is reproduced by the nuclear family. If you abolish the nuclear family, then all of a sudden these biological kin within the nuclear family that you claim to love, all of a sudden, they have access to much better health care than they ever had before. So if you love your family members, you want to abolish the family, because loving your family members means you want them to have access to all the resources, not just the resources in the privatized nuclear family. Does everyone understand? Listen again.
Which is counterintuitive to people. But Tiffany makes it really clear that if you think through what the people in your family deserve based on your love of them, you get somewhere quite abolitionist, that like love takes us there, because of the way that love directs us to wanting people's immersion in care as well as their maximal autonomy as is possible in a capitalist society. And that's a road that unfurls, or as the Zapatistas say, kind of is made by walking. And she says there are other ways to name one another as relations, and she doesn't say what they are. I think because we don't.
Goddess is getting it.
We still do perhaps need to invent forms that make sense and that suggest the right words. Comrade is one that I do feel fond of, but it's ruined by the
So very astute, Dan, very astute. So to put it another way, wanting to maintain the nuclear family is actually very selfish, because you are literally denying people the full access to the resources that they could have if you just abolish the nuclear family. So you're being selfish by wanting to keep them from having those resources. Very, very good. Thanks, Little Miss, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Karlyn, for explaining this, especially to the newest members. We so appreciate our Ginger Dragon. Julietta and Jenny say hi. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you, Julia and Jenny and Little Miss. You guys rock. Thank you for being such amazing supporters. You're having a hard time wrapping your head around that universal healthcare. Capitalism prevents universal healthcare because capitalism creates healthcare as a profit model, where the more capitalism creates like a medical industry that is run by the profit model rather than by serving people. If you get rid of capitalism, the only logical conclusion is universal healthcare, all the resources available to everyone, and therefore you have universal healthcare. The purpose of this is to overthrow capitalism and create a communist utopia. What they're talking about. The purpose of this stream is to understand them. That's the purpose.
The travesty and counter-revolutionary sort of horror show that emerged under the name of communism in the 21st century, that was the most sort of uncommunist thing ever. But the way that I still find that it conjures a certain honor. There's something sort of honorable about it. But I mean, that's the thing. Perhaps we don't have the names. I mean, the word friend ought to be extremely ennobling, right? It's somehow like a low sort of status thing. Like we get friend zoned. Like that shouldn't be an edification and an exaltation. But I think because friends, friend is great. Maybe friend needs to be stretched more. People do theorize and philosophize beautifully about the friend form, because I think it's not so proprietary, right? We don't think we have and own our friends in the same way.
We don't own our friends in the same way as we own our
relatives.
She literally
recognize
said it. I cannot believe. Holy shit. Are we getting to the point where Sophie and I are sharing a brain? I literally said you don't own your friends like you own your family at the same exact time that Sophie said you don't own your friends like you own your family. Holy shit. I'm on the complete and total same wavelength as Sophie. That is actually fucking scary.
Zoned, like that shouldn't be an edification and an exaltation. But I think because friends, friend is great. Maybe friend needs to be stretched more. People do theorize and philosophize beautifully about the friend form, because I think it's not so proprietary, right? We don't think we have and own our friends in the same way that we own our relatives.
Totes, Sophie.
Is we recognize the labor that makes the love.
I have a phrase, friendship is my theory of change. And I think about it a lot, but we haven't got another hour. So I'm going to finish on this question, which is letting love lead us back to family. When you think about your mom, who you can be writing about Abolish the Family and also be at her bedside as she dies, and that be no contradiction whatsoever, how would her life have been different if she'd had access to some of these utopian different structures that you're gesturing towards?
Yeah, that's what I wanted for her. I wanted family abolition for her sake, in large part. She would have been able to figure out what she really wanted to do. She was a wonderful writer. She was hilarious as well. I can imagine her finding a way to help people. She wanted to be a therapist. She was for a few years, but it became not possible because of her mental health and sorrow. I imagine that she would be...
Are you ready to... Yo! Hang on, I'll get to that question in a second. Liberty. Liberty. In with the W. Liberty. The hero that we needed. Liberty. Getting us to the channel membership goal of the day. Massive W's to Liberty. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Really, really, really appreciate it. See, and now I can't yell anymore. Now I can't yell anymore for the rest of the stream. Look how much yelling I got in before you guys met the channel member goal. That's the rule. You guys hit the channel member goal and I can't yell anymore, and it really sucks and it's fucking awful. But I try to be much nicer after we meet the channel membership goal than beforehand. So Liberty has now bought everyone else here a reprieve. No more yelling. I have to be nice now. It's the way it goes. Them's the rules. Anyway, let me answer this question. Yo, Little Miss it. Little Miss, like, I'm getting in on this. W's in the chat for Little Miss. Really appreciate that, bro. You rock. Thank you so much. We have now exceeded our goal, so I really can't yell anymore now. So awful when you guys take away my ability to yell. It's like you're taking away my voice. You're taking away my spirit. Okay, here's the thing. Is everyone ready to have their mind blown? Chill. I'll go in there with a single W, bro. W. Fucking love it. Fucking love it. Chillog is like, I'm going to do it too. Everyone can get on the channel membership action. All right. I'm actually answering the question this time. Is everyone ready to have their mind blown? Is everyone ready to have their mind blown? So in the past, were the Marxist movements using the same ideals as far as the identity stuff? Queer Marxists don't believe in identity politics and never have. Democrats and liberals are the ones that created identity politics, specifically the liberals, honestly. The liberals are the ones that push identity politics. Queer Marxists never pushed identity politics because they don't believe in pushing identity, because they believe that all identity categories are social constructs created by capitalism, that every conflict we have is really just a class narrative, an oppressor-oppressed narrative based on class. They want to eventually, the logical outcome of queer Marxism, and they do write about this, is called gender nihilism. They want to abolish all identity categories, not just about gender. They want to abolish all identity categories whatsoever. So it was never the communists and the socialists that were pushing identity politics. That, again, is a conservative bullshit talking point, a conservative bullshit narrative that was fed to you by conservative media that was never fucking real. The amount that Glenn Beck has lied to the public is just completely fucking insane. It was the liberals pushing identity politics, socialists and communists, the people actually driving the insane agenda. They never wanted identity politics to exist because they believe capitalism creates all identity categories, and overthrowing capitalism means abolishing all identity categories. And that's been true throughout history, by the way. I wrote a book called The Brief History of Racism that explains all this. It's a study of the evolution, the development and evolution of the term racism. Go read that book and you will understand this. Racism to the left has always been about systemic racism, the class conflict, the oppressor versus oppressed narrative. I don't agree with you on your understanding of the left. I don't give a flying fuck if you agree with me. Hey, Warner, before I read the rest of your super chat, I'm taking back the no yelling thing. Before I read the rest of your chat, not even a super chat, just a fucking regular chat. Warner, how many hours of far left trainings have you watched, and how many Antifa groups have you gone undercover with? Warner, we're gonna wait for you. Oh, you meant to say you do agree? Okay, never mind. Take it back. I don't disagree. You know what? Hey, I did a retard thing. I read that wrong. Okay, my bad. See, I jumped to yelling. I was so keyed up to yell again that I just couldn't help myself. Okay, Warner, sorry. I apologize. I can admit when I'm wrong. I don't disagree with you on understanding the left. I enjoy your content. Issue I have with their worldview. I don't see them account for bad actors. They believe that capitalism created all bad actors. Capitalism creates all bad actors because their response what they are doing. The bad actor is in response to capitalism. It's in the response to the material conditions that capitalism has created. So capitalism created all bad actors. All bad actors will go away as soon as capitalism goes away. So you typed it right. I just misread it. It's my fault. I can admit when I'm wrong. Karlyn is a secret socialist funded by Soros, secretly loves the DSA. Yell more. Yeah, true. Exactly. I'm a secret socialist funded by George Soros. You guys got me. Okay. Back to this. Thank you.
Able to be a much bigger part of her community. She became very isolated in the way that many people in heterosexual marriages, in private single family households do. You know, there's a
I am not answering any question in relation to pedos because pedos are a conservative obsession. It's a conservative talking point. It is not relevant to what's going on. I missed your super chat. I'm so sorry, average person. Oh shit, I missed average person's super chat. Where the fuck was it? Was it a minute ago? Average person, I don't see a super chat from you. Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. I apologize for missing that. I have read quite a few comments from other people lamenting that they wish they could take care of their loved ones, but just don't have the resources. Yeah, I mean, listen, man, capitalism is not a perfect system. I actually agree with that point, but their solution is untenable. So yeah, I mean, I totally understand that. I really do apologize for missing your super chat. Jump the Shark in with the 5 channel memberships. Yo, W's in the chat. Jump the Shark. Really appreciate that, bro.
A way in which we think the suicidality of the housewife belongs to the 1950s, and don't necessarily think about how the same misery remains in dual income households because of how imperfectly we've actually escaped that economic moment, right? We're in a very different political economy, but we're still...
Taking a few L's is how you learn. Taking a few L's is how we learn. We rarely learn things when we take W's. We learn a lot of things when we take L's. Do you know how many L's I've taken publicly on the internet over the past 6 years? You learn a lot more when you take L's than when you take W's, okay? You just got to admit to the L's. It is what it is.
Depending in an absolutely exhausting, I mean that in like a depleting, extractive way on
You're gonna smoke an L right now. Okay.
The free love, of disproportionately women. And love is too, vital a thing to be organized by capitalism.
Love is too vital a thing to be organized by capitalism. Getting rid of capitalism in the family is an act of love.
Of disproportionately women. And love is too, vital a thing to be organized by capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
Sophie Lewis, thank you so much for spending some time talking to me today on the sacred.
It's an
That's
honor.
it. Oh,
It's an
that's
honor,
it. The rest of
Elizabeth.
it's just her
Thank
talking.
you for having me.
Yo, perfect. Perfect. That's it. That's it. That's all she wrote. The rest of the stream is just this lady talking. I don't think we need to listen to that. Okay, how was everyone's? Let's get a good screen grab of Sophie. Let's get a really good one. There we go. There we go. How was everyone's Sophie experience tonight? If this was your first Sophie experience, let us know how that was. Well, I have to say blaming capitalism for bad actors really helps push their agenda. Yup, it does. It does, doesn't it? How was everyone's first Sophie experience? Yeah, it's all good, bro. Glad you could make it. Was that good for you guys? 1 in the chat if you learned something new tonight that you didn't know before this stream. 2 in the chat if you learned nothing new that you didn't already know before this stream. 1 if you learned something new tonight on the stream. 2 in the chat if you didn't learn anything new. Not a single 2 in the chat. Even people who have been watching me for years are putting 1 in the chat. That's actually pretty fucking cool, if I'm honest about it. If you've been watching me for years on a subject that I teach over and over and over and over and over again, and you still learn something new, it's like 100% 1s in the chat. That's actually pretty fucking awesome, if I'm being honest about it. All right, we're going to call that a successful stream. We yelled at some people. We deported some people. We met our channel membership goal. We exceeded our channel membership goal. We doubled our channel membership goal from earlier in the day when we were doing protest coverage. Everyone in the chat learned something new tonight. Now let's ask another question, okay? We're going to change the numbers so that I know everyone is answering the right question. 3 in the chat if you're really freaked out about what you learned tonight. 4 in the chat if this is all fine. 3 in the chat if you're really freaked out about what you learned tonight. 4 if this is all fine. Wait, you just came tonight? This was your first fucking Socialism Saturday? Liberty, I was browsing YouTube channels and I saw the awesome thumbnail and checked you out. Holy shit. Bro, this was your first Socialism Saturday? Like, way to jump into the deep end of the pool, bro. You didn't just jump into the deep end of the pool. You decided to go, like, deep sea diving in the middle of the fucking ocean with this one. That's what you decided to do. Holy shit. Welcome, Liberty, to the cult. Yeah, so, oh man, Dr. Zeus, and with the super sticker, really do appreciate that, bro. Yeah. When I yell at conservatives that it's much worse than you think it is, This is what I'm talking about. Abolish the family is a very active ideology on the far left. Sophie Lewis is very well known nationally on the far left. She's written multiple books about this. She lectures all over the country all the time. She used to teach at the University of Pennsylvania for real. She now, I don't think she teaches there anymore, but she did for a while. This and she's not the only one teaching about this. There are several people on the far left that all they talk about is this, and this is what they're pushing all the fucking time. These ideas are understood on the far left. It is part of their organizing strategy. It is part of their overall plan for the world. This is very, very, very fucking real. And by the way, this is just one component of queer Marxism. All right. So if you're new to the work and Liberty, I want you to pay special attention to this. If you are new here and you want to learn more about all this, I need you to head over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Click on this one right here, new to my work, start here. And what I want you to do is start off by watching the re-education course if you haven't watched it already. This is an introduction to the language. It does touch on Abolish the Family. I talk about Abolish the Family more in the 4-hour crash course, How to Speak Socialist. But if you really want to understand the stuff I was talking about when I was talking about how the left never wanted to legalize gay marriage, how the left wants to abolish all identity categories, it was never about identity politics, what you want to make sure you make time for is this lecture, An Introduction to Queer Marxism, because the Introduction to Queer Marxism explains the evolution of this ideology and why the far left, why the queer Marxist left is fundamentally different than the liberals and the Democrats, and why they always oppose gay marriage, and why eventually the legalization of gay marriage allowed for the proliferation of queer Marxism. Okay? The legalization of gay marriage allowed for the absolute proliferation of this ideology back in 2015. It's now been about 10 years that this ideology has been really spreading. It was spreading before that, but the legalization of gay marriage was actually an integral part, because when gay marriage was legalized, the normie gay rights activists that just wanted to get married, they stopped being activists. Their spaces were filled by the queer Marxists. That's why you saw non-binary identities starting to explode after 2015, after the legalization of gay marriage. And it's just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse and worse, because the right did not understand what they were dealing with. The right was so focused on the gays getting married that they completely ignored everything else. These people like Sophie, never wanted gay marriage to be legalized in the first place because they wanted to get rid of it as a form of capitalist assimilation. Yup, that's how they got away with it. That is exactly right. And no one was paying attention. And that is part of the problem. Hey, thanks, Little Miss, for the super chat 4. We have seen many more disturbing things over the years, so these sessions are absolutely valuable. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you very much. All right. All right. Guys, on Sundays, I typically take the day off. Let me take off the literal rose-colored glasses, by the way. Literally rose-colored glasses. But they look sick, don't they? Guys, I normally take Sundays off. I'm currently planning on taking tomorrow off from streaming unless there is something major going on, or unless we're watching something like really kind of drama content or something like that. We do have movie night in the supporter Discord tomorrow night. If anyone remembers what we're watching, I don't remember what movie we're watching tomorrow, but someone in the chat can fill me in. Probably Reagan knows. So we will be doing movie night tomorrow night in the supporter Discord at 8 p.m. As a newbie myself, the new to my work section on Substack is so crucial. I'm making sure to go through it a second time. Thank you for that. And I'm going to be doing another round of those classes live. So there's that content is going to be getting updated this year. That's part of my overall content plan. So that's what we're going to be doing. Oh yeah, it's Crispy's birthday choice. I don't remember what her birthday. Oh, Planet of the Apes. We're watching the original Planet of the Apes tomorrow at 8 p.m. in the supporter Discord. If you are a channel member, you will get invited to the supporter Discord. If you are a Substack member, you'll also get invited. And if you're a member on any other place, you can be invited too. Look for the link. I will post the link to the supporter Discord tomorrow. So look for the link. Come join us for movie night tomorrow, 8 p.m. We are watching the original awesome Planet of the Apes. It's a great fucking movie. And that's what we're doing. And I can't talk anymore. My voice is dead. My throat is dead. My throat is dry. I need to go drink some tea or something. I have killed my voice for you guys yelling at the chat and such and such. All right. Yes, it is supposed to be global because communism cannot exist in one country. Communism exists without borders. That's a different topic for a different day, but yeah, you're not wrong about that. All right, guys, I'm done. I'm done. I'm spent. I streamed too much today. I'm spent. I really, really, really appreciate all the support I got today. Thank you to everyone who sent in a super chat. Thank you to everyone who sent in a channel membership. Welcome to new people who subscribed to the stream for the first time. Thank you to everyone who mounted the like button. You guys allow me to do what I do by helping my content to spread and things like that. I really, really do appreciate it, guys. I will be back probably on Monday at 5 p.m. I will be at movie night tomorrow if you want to come hang out. And that's it. That's it. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Take care. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer. I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that? the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.